Okay, good morning and welcome to the May 23rd meeting for the Board of Supervisors of Lake County. We'll call this meeting to order and we'll start with moment of silence. Do you have one, Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, Chair. I have a moment of silence for Christopher Aaron Burrows. Christopher Aaron Burrows passed away on May 16th, and he's welcomed home to his eternal resting place by his parents, Anna Marie John and Kevin Levi Burrows. He is survived by his children, Chris Jr. and Christina Burrows, godmother, Jojo Gomez, and numerous family members. We'll miss him.
I have one too. Did you see this one? So Joe David Galvin Sr., April 14th, 1951 to May 13th, 2023. Husband, dad, papa, friend, a man who was loved well and loved well. Joe Dave Galvin passed away surrounded by his family on May 13th, 2023 at the age of 72. Dave was the second of three children born on April 14th, 1951 in Harlingen, Texas to Carlos and Ramona Galvin. He is preceded in death by his parents and his brother Charlie. Dave attended Andrew Hill High School in San Jose where he met the love of his life in 1965. Dave and Barbara were married in 1971 and remained together until his last breath. In 1978, Dave's career with PG&E landed them in the tiny town of Cobb Mountain, California, where they proudly raised their three children, Jody, Davy, and Justin. Dave was an avid hunter and fisherman, but his biggest joy came from preparing food for his family, friends, and neighbors. Anyone could stop by completely unannounced, and he would immediately get to work in the kitchen or at his barbecue on the back deck, and within 30 minutes, he would present you with a delicious home-cooked meal. In 1991, Dave welcomed his first grandchild. It was apparent to everyone that he knew that being a papa was the best thing about his entire life. Throughout the next several years, Dave welcomed 7 more grandchildren, none of which could do anything wrong in his eyes. Dave is survived by his wife Barbara, their 3 adult children, Jody, Davy, Tracy, and Justin and Erica, and his grandchildren Dakota, Tyler, Joe, Wyatt, Jackson, Hunter, Trinity, and Camilla, as well as countless family and friends. A viewing and service will be held today, Tuesday, May 23rd at Chapel of the Lakes on High Street. The viewing will begin at 10 a.m. and services will begin at noon, and Dave will be laid to rest at the Glenbrook Cobb Cemetery on Bottle Rock Road. And Dave was my neighbor and one of the first families to rebuild after the Valley Fire. And I'm going to miss seeing him walking around the neighborhood every day and always making popcorn for my kids. We're going to really miss him and sending a lot of love to his family right now. Gail, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any extra items that are not posted on the agenda?
I have no extra items.
Okay. Then we'll move on to approve the consent agenda. I have a note that 5.7 is pulled. Is that pulled for discussion or pulled for later?
Pulled for edits to the memo included.
So will we get to it today or just
We can do it today. Yes.
Okay.
Matthew will be available later.
pulled for later? Anybody else have anything to pull?
Yeah, 5.13.
5.13. What about you, Supervisor Crandall? Did you have something? Okay. Anyone in the public have an item they wish to pull off the consent agenda? Okay, not seeing anybody in the Zoom room or in the chambers, then I will bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to approve Thank you. Consent agenda items 5.1 through 5.6, 5.8 through 5.12, and then 5.14 through 5.21.
Second.
Did I get the right ones?
You included 5.1, which was pulled. So it starts at 5.2.
No.
5.13.
1. Yeah,
You were pulling 513, right?
5.13, right?
513.
Oh, I
Yeah.
apologize.
So I think I got it right.
Okay.
I think you got it right.
I have a motion.
A second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. A 9.6, or sorry, 6.1, our 9:06 a.m. item, public input. Do we have anybody in the chambers that would wish to speak for public input? Let me check the Zoom room.
I don't see any hands up.
No hands there, no one in here. And we'll just wait a few more seconds until we get to 9:07. Okay, it's 9:07. Our 6.2 item, pet of the week.
Good morning. I'm Officer Downhour with Lake County Animal Care and Control. This morning with me I have Nala. She's part of our Lion King group. There are 5 more puppies available for adoption out of her litter. They're all boys. Some of them look like her, some of them are black and white, and the other ones look like border collies. They're only 8 weeks old, so they will be a large breed dog. They all pretty much act like her. They're very, very quiet, unless there's food around. Then they're very driven. We think that they could do well in really any environment, especially at this age. They can be pretty much taught to go around cats, cattle, anything.
What do you think the breed is?
We have them listed as Catahoulas just because they're so different.
Yeah.
In addition to the group of 6 puppies, we also have 4 additional puppies for a total of 10 right now at our shelter. Yeah, we just had a Jack Russell puppy come in and she was adopted. We also have 2 German Shepherd type puppies available.
Oh, so cute.
That's the,
If you have any questions or would like to just come snuggle a puppy, please come see us at 4949 Hellbush Drive. Or if you have any questions, you can give us a call, 707-263-0278.
Thank you so much. And
Thank
last
you.
week, Max was adopted.
He didn't even last 24 hours. Within 3 hours, he was in his forever home.
Yep.
Yep.
Success story.
Yeah.
Can I just say
Sure.
something real quick? I wanted to commend Officer Downhour for this weekend. I seen her all weekend. The Clash Against Trash, we had a dog go crazy on some people. She came out and took care of it. And then the next day, I seen her out at the Science Fair in Upper Lake. So just wanted to, give you props for that.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
work. Mhm.
Thank you so much.
Come see us. Come
Good
snuggle.
luck, Zala. Okay. 6.3. Oh, okay. 6.3, our 908 item, presentation of proclamation commending Gail Woodworth for her 32 years of service to the County of Lake.
Entire chamber. Here we go. All right. Good morning. Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California proclamation commending Gail Woodworth for her 32 years of service to the County of Lake. Whereas Gail Woodworth began service with the County of Lake as an accountant clerk in 1991 and became account clerk for the Lake County Department of Child Support Services in February 1995. And whereas she quickly and consistently demonstrated strong work ethic and leadership qualities, providing an ideal candidate for promotional opportunities within the department. And whereas Gail promoted to Family Support Accounting Supervisor November of 1996. And whereas Gail Woodworth promoted to the Family Support Administrative Manager December of 1998. And whereas Gail Woodworth was appointed Director of Child Support Services by the Board of Supervisors in 2002 and has brought uncommon skill, insight, and strong service orientation to this role for more than 2 decades, 21 years. And whereas while serving as the Director of Child Support Services, Gail Woodworth successfully attained her Bachelor of Science in Management in March of 2006. And whereas Gail Woodworth has been a professional and inspiring leader to countless coworkers and staff over her 3 remarkable decades of service with the County of Lake, and diligently prepared leaders within her organization to continue the high standards she worked hard to cultivate. And whereas staff, colleagues, and broader public will greatly miss Gail Woodworth and her tremendous contributions in roles of progressive responsibility will continue to inspire others and utmost service of the years to come. And whereas Gail Woodworth has announced her intention to retire on May 30th, 2023, now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake hereby commend Gail Woodworth for her 32 years of outstanding and dedicated service to the County of Lake and the Department of Child Support Services. And we wish her good health and much happiness during her hard-earned retirement. Adopted this 23rd day of May 2023 and signed by the Chair of the Board of Supervisors, Jessica Pyska.
So I want to thank everyone so much for being here today and my crew. I told the Board of Supervisors, my last evaluation, that I was looking for a job when I came to work for the county, but I found a career. And I've really enjoyed working these last 32 years. It's been challenging, but I've grown, and it's just been my honor and privilege. I do especially want to thank my staff. Thanks.
Anyone else like to speak? That goes, get me going too. I just want to say from the Board of Supervisors, and I'm obviously youngster in service-wise, but 6 years here. And Gail, it's been an honor to work with you and to serve with you. I know the hard work that you've done. And I'll tell you, as a supervisor, there are departments that we're constantly reaching out to, getting calls about and stuff like that. The one thing I will consistently say is you're just, as it said in here, a great leader, great worker, and you just do what needs to be done. So I want to thank you for your service for the community and all the hard work that you're doing. So enjoy your retirement. Sounds like you're going to be in an RV, so you can't take a puppy. So enjoy the country. So that's excellent.
I have a dog. Yeah, it's gonna be nice to join my husband in retirement. He's already been there for about 6-7 years, so I'm looking forward to it.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone in the chambers with anything to add, or anyone in the Zoom room?
I
I'm
don't see
not seeing any. And Gail, I just want to say, you have built this department. You've been the only department head since the department began 21 years ago. And that is incredibly significant. And thank you for your leadership and that time, and for building a team that can carry on after you're gone. And
They're the ones that make me look good.
yeah, well, thank you all. And thank you for your time, and enjoy your retirement. That's going to be a really special time. And I know you're going to be going to Hawaii
Oh, yeah.
frequently, frequently, yeah.
Gotta visit those grandkids.
Gail, enjoy the island, enjoy your retirement, and I always appreciated coming to the office and talking with you. I know there was other conversations about some things and here and there, and I just know you've been in the county a long time, and it really helped to learn your knowledge. So I appreciated our times. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, Sam, picture time.
We got to do this one, Sam.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, good, now let me see. There's someone in the back. How about you exchange it over here, a little bit more? We want to make sure we have everybody in, right? Now, I can't see if you're smiling because I have to come up here. Are you smiling? Okay, let's see. No, hold on, you don't get off that easy. Let me see. You're smiling, you're smiling, you're smiling. Okay, you got it.
Enjoy your vacation.
You're good. It's just me. Thank you. It's just me.
Okay. Our 6.4, 9:15 a.m. item is consideration of presentation on the California Department of Insurance overview and Safer from Wildfire Framework. And I'm glad to see we've got some people in the chambers today. Oh, there she is. Okay. I reached out to the Department of Insurance so that we could have this conversation about what's happening at the state level and then have the opportunity for them to hear some feedback about what's happening locally. So I'm going to pass this off to, and how do you pronounce your name?
Duria Sayed.
Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. What a wonderful thing to start the day with you, with Pledge of Allegiance, with, honoring Gail, and with seeing all the cute puppies. You guys have already made my day. Thank you for the invitation to join you today. My name is Duria Sayed, as said earlier, and I serve as an outreach analyst in the Department of Insurance. In Department of Insurance's Community Relation and Outreach Branch. It is also my honor to introduce you to Lisa Strange, our manager for Northern California Community Relations and Outreach Branch, who is here with us, also helping me with slides and will join me for Q&A. I'm happy to be with all of you today to share with you an overview of our department, to give an update on the nation's first wildfire safety regulations, which is intended to help drive down cost of insurance. Thank you for sending me your questions and concerns. We will try and address those here today for you as well. So as I said, that I will start with the overview of the department. Currently, the insurance commissioner is Ricardo Lara. Under his direction, the department uses its authority to protect Californians from insurance rates that are excessive, inadequate, or unfairly discriminatory. This is what we regulate. The department makes sure that the insurance companies have enough funds to pay the claims. We set standards for agents and brokers licensing, perform market conduct reviews of insurance companies, ensuring they are compliant and in good standing. We resolve consumer complaint, and we will talk about consumer complaints again and again, about our hotline number, going on our website and filing a complaint with us, and we resolve that. We work with you on that. Insurance policies are a difficult thing to go through. So if you want ever to review it, we are there. So we do all that part and also investigate and prosecute insurance fraud. We have over 300 law enforcement officers helping us in this regard. But the only one thing we cannot do One thing we cannot do, however, is to require or compel insurance companies to sell insurance to a particular person or community. That's one thing the department cannot do. Once the companies are doing business, we regulate them, but we cannot make them do business. So, California devastating wildfires are call to action. We are using every tool available to improve insurance for Californians. The insurance commissioner had us get out of our offices and get out to meet with you virtually and also in person. So the Department of Insurance worked with the state's emergency response and preparedness agencies, including CAL FIRE and the Governor Office of Emergency Services, to create a list of actions you can take to protect yourself from wildfires. And we call it Safer from Wildfires, or you will hear SFW, Safer from Wildfires. So we have been asked a lot of time the resources available for those who cannot afford insurance. The answer is that this is actually a step in a direction to make insurance affordable and available to the insurers. Insurance Commissioner Laura has directed insurance companies to provide discounts to consumers under our new Safer from Wildfire SFW framework with transparency about risk rating. The regulations requires insurance companies to submit new rates that recognize the benefit of safety measures such as upgraded roof and windows, defensible space, and community-wide programs. These programs include FireWise USA and the Fire Risk Reduction Community designation developed by the State Board of Forestry and Fire Protection. So just in April, insurance companies submitted their insurance rates to CDI for review. This is a top priority for Commissioner Laura and the department. And the department is reviewing these new rates right now. To your questions, what can homeowners do to reduce their rates that is within the homeowner's control? We are urging communities and homeowners to take advantage of this time frame to harden their homes and communities. Let's talk about the mitigation requirements first. Step 1, protect the structure. Thank you, Lisa. Protect the structure. Protect the structure is pretty straightforward. Class A fire-rated roof, enclosed eaves, fire-resistant vents, multi-pane windows, and a minimum of 6-inch non-combustible vertical clearance at the bottom of the exterior surface of the structure. I know all of you in this meeting are familiar with the best practices. Step 2. Protect the immediate surroundings, which is clearing of vegetation and debris from underdecks, clearing of vegetation, debris, mulch, stored combustible items, and any and all movable combustible materials from within 5 feet of the building being evaluated. And when we say building being evaluated, you will hear the term BBE. Incorporation of only non-combustible materials into that portion of any improvements to the property of BBE, which is situated within 5 feet of BBE. And number 4, this gets little trickier though, the removal of combustible structures, sheds, and other outbuildings from the immediate surroundings of the home to at least a distance of 30 feet. Is the 30 feet from the property line? What if the neighbor's property is closer than 30 feet? Will the homeowner still receive a discount? It is 30 feet from the building being evaluated. The term building being evaluated is the residential or commercial structure in question and includes decks that are attached or adjacent to the structure. In the event that the applicant or insured does not control the entirety of the area extending 30 feet from the building being evaluated, removal of combustible structures from as much of such areas as is under the control of the applicant or policyholder is advised right now. From the purpose of this regulation, the property being evaluated should comply with Public Resource Code Section 4291 and any applicable local ordinance governing defensible space. So who will be evaluating defensible space requirements are being met by the homeowner? Inspections can be done with existing tools, and most inspection can be done remotely. Insurance companies currently use technology like satellites, drone images, or uploaded photos from the property owners, actually. And remember, if there's any dispute on the facts, the department staff is here to help. Now let's look at the community part. And that's our step 3. Step 3 of the Safer from Wildfire framework is an effort to obtain a community level mitigation designation. This will most likely involve at least one, if not more. Local government agencies, fire, emergency services, planning, etc. Community level mitigation designates include FRRC by the Board of Forestry, I talked earlier, PRC section 4290.1, and Firewise USA site in good standing. So, Firewise that you have in good standing. You may know that the Firewise program is a nationwide program created by the National Fire Protection Association. Currently, I'm happy to report that California has more than 500 Firewise USA communities, with more forming. And it is an important part of California's effort to ensure communities are prepared against wildfire. So CAL FIRE's Office of the State, it states Fire Marshal's new Community Wildfire Preparedness and Mitigation Division works to assist local communities in receiving this designation. If your community is interested in this, we will put the link to become a Firewise community in the chat. Currently, some insurers are offering discounts for both community mitigation and property parcel mitigation. Others are only offering discounts for community mitigation, and yet others for only property parcel mitigation. At this point, we want to encourage you to visit our website to see the list of insurers currently offering discounts. So that link is on our website, and we want you to go and look at that link. The other thing is, we do not yet know that what new discounts will look like. As I mentioned earlier, we have just received the new rates just about a month ago, submitted by the insurance, little bit over a month ago, submitted by the insurance companies to CDI for approval. However, every action under Safer from Wildfires will qualify for an insurance discount. By doing more, you can save more. So again, I will reiterate: Class A fire rated roof, 5-foot amber resistant zone around the structure, non-combustible 6 inches at the bottom of walls, amber and fire resistant vents, double pane windows or added shutters, enclosed eaves, cleared vegetations and debris from under decks, move sheds and outbuildings, as I said earlier, at least 30 feet away, trim trees and remove brush in compliance with state and local defensible space laws. Neighborhood can form a Firewise USA community, and cities and counties and local district can become certified as a fire risk reduction community also. And as was doing this presentation with somebody else, we also noticed that and I want to point that out, that Fire Risk Reduction Community does this certification every other year. So now they will be doing in 2024, in case you are interested in that. So along with discounts, transparency is very important benefit of commercial LARA's new regulations. We have met with thousands of Californians, and most people do not know that insurance companies assign a risk score to your home or business. People are hungry for this information because if you know about the risk on your property, you can take action to reduce them and make yourself and your neighbors safer. So, as I said earlier also, that Commissioner Lara is using every tool at his disposal to protect consumers and get them the best value. When we are talking about best value, means affordable and available. Voters established this process more than 30 years ago, which is critical to our job of making sure Californians have the most choices for property insurance possible. Under the rules passed by voters, every rate filing is published on the Department of Insurance website, and anyone can see it. So again, if you go on our website, you can see that. California has the country's strongest consumer protection laws, requiring insurance companies to base their rates on the latest loss data. And yes, CDI does not have a skeleton framework that the implementation process will be judged against, because each rate filing is unique and is reviewed by the rules set under Prop 103 based on that insurance company's own updated loss data. For that reason, there is not going to be a standard discount from all companies. We want to see companies competing for your business. Consumers win when companies compete. And honestly, we don't want to put a ceiling on these incentives because every company is required to offer wildfire safety incentive. You should have choices. And the department will be watching to make sure that it's fair, it's non-discriminatory, and it's compliant. A wildfire risk score is another thing. For the first time, the new regulation requires insurance companies to give you the wildfire score for your property. And they have to tell you how they created that score. What factors went into the score? The wildfire risk score or classification must be provided to you at the following times. When you apply for a new policy, within 15 days. Before you renew a policy, at least 45 days. Before you are non-renewed, at least 75 days. When you complete mitigation on your property and request a revised score, within 30 days. By creating a right of appeal, the regulation is giving power back to all of you, to the consumers. And if you're not satisfied with the response, again, the Department of Insurance is on your side to help. We have also received several questions from all over the states and from you, asking us if CAL FIRE severity maps be looked at by the insurance company to justify increasing rates. The answer to your concern is that we do not expect updating CAL FIRE maps to affect people's insurance for one simple reason. Insurance companies are already using their data, as I said earlier, to make insurance decisions. They are taking a detailed look at the risk to your property, which is not what CAL FIRE's maps do. And also, California has a long history of wildfire hazard mapping for public education and safety. California has had fire hazard severity zone maps since 1985, providing the basis for governments to plan and implement local risk mitigation programs. Public education about where current wildfire hazard exists is essential to reducing the threat to local communities. When communities know and understand the danger, they can plan and prepare. We have to make people safer from wildfires. That is how we drive down the cost of insurance and give people more choices. Another concern raised regarding risk score is, will insurance company be inspecting the property for the risk score? And how does the right of appeal work? The regulation creates a right of appeal when you complete mitigation on your property and request a revised scores within 30 days. And if you're not satisfied with the response, you can contact the Department of Insurance and we will investigate. The regulation also requires insurance companies to notify the policyholder or applicant in writing of the right to appeal their wildfire risk score or other wildfire risk classification. And then there is now the regulation also includes, and that will move us to our next slide. The regulation includes both residential and commercial insurance line. The property and individual buildings within HOA will need to be recognized for the mandatory property level mitigation factors listed in the regulation, such as, I said, clearing of vegetation, Class A fire rated roof, and other factors specified in the regulation in order to qualify for a discount. HOA may also qualify for other optional wildfire mitigation effort discounts an insurance company may choose to include in its rating plan. If an HOA is located within one of the listed community level designation areas, they may also qualify for a community level discount. So now let's talk about availability. Does the CDI project that insurance rate will continue to increase excessively in rural communities? Under this regulation, we expect to see more businesses, homeowners, and communities making investment in wildfire safety, greater community resilience, reduced losses for wildfires, more insurance coverage for mitigated properties. We have heard from thousands of Californians who want to see discounts for wildfire safety and greater transparency. It is important to know that CDI does not have the authority to force insurers to write coverage, as I said. But the regulation attacks the root cause of non-renewals, which is wildfire risk. And they will make Californians safer. And with accurate pricing of insurance, we expect to see more insurance options for people through a more competitive market. Now let's talk about FAIR plans additionally. Like the department expects the FAIR plan to comply with the new regulation and offer discounts for wildfire risk mitigation and structure hardening. Reforming the FAIR plan is a top priority also for our department. The FAIR plan is backed by insurance companies, not by taxpayers. Commissioner Lara has taken actions to make the FAIR plan work better for people. The FAIR plan currently offers a 10% discount on policies in a participating Firewise community. Over the past 3 years, we have heard many concerns from consumers, businesses, and local leaders about the FAIR plan. As you all know, if you have one of these policies, it is limited coverage, and you have to buy a second policy at a higher cost to cover liability and other things you had before. Here are some of the actions taken by the commissioner. Commissioner ordered the FAIR plan to offer a comprehensive policy option. The FAIR plan sued the Department of Insurance and continues to fight in court to prevent consumers from having this choice. But we continue to keep winning. And we are going to stay on this until you have this option. The FAIR plan agreed to increase coverage limits to $3 million from $1.5 million, where they had been stuck for decades, for the first time in last 2 decades. Also, the month before that, we got the FAIR plan to agree to increase its commercial coverage limit to $20 million. And that's a big win. Now let's see. The state is investing $2.6 million for wildfire prevention and response. Most of these grants are assessed by local governments and community-based organizations like Firewise councils. Our department wants you to take advantage of these grants. We could provide you with the letter of support for these grants if you need one. We encourage you to visit the California Grants Portal, a project by the California State Library, which can help you find all grants and loans offered on a competitive first-come basis by California state agencies. And it is on www.grants.ca.gov. The state and federal agencies responsible for managing fire prevention and mitigation grants are mainly CAL FIRE and FEMA. CAL FIRE, California Climate Investments Fire Prevention Grant Program 4-year grants projects include defensible spaces and creation of community mitigation plans, hazardous fuel reduction, fire prevention education, fire prevention planning. And FEMA has $1 billion national competitive grants for fire management assistance grants, hazard mitigation grants program, and building resilient infrastructures and community. And then I was asked by Joanna, send me a thing that was, if there is a disaster, how can CDI help? So we're asking you, CDI's top priority is to protect consumers like you. One way we can do that is helping people prepare for disaster before it happens. So we are asking you, Lisa, next slide, please. So we are asking you to be proactive, okay? One way we can do that is, so we can save lives, reduce losses, and recover more quickly. So natural catastrophe can happen, so we want to be proactive. As I said, we are here to guide you. You need to be prepared by having emergency kits ready and developing plans to follow before, during, and after an event. There are specific effective ways people can mitigate the financially devastating and life-threatening dangers posed by a catastrophe. First of all, start with your policy. It's a difficult thing. I'm a first-generation immigrant, and I have to tell you, fine prints are more important than bold prints. Do a home insurance tune-up. If you haven't in a while, review your policy and make sure you have enough coverage, and keep a copy of the policy safe or upload it on cloud or on send it via email to you. Please make sure you have the right amount of coverage. You need to rebuild your home to the same standard it is now, or have the coverage to rebuild somewhere else. You should make sure to do this, especially if you have done any major home improvements or remodeling, which have increased the value of your home. The department is here to help. We understand that this is a difficult task as you need to pay close attention to the wordings, including, like I said, fine print. Contact us and we will review the policy with you. If you need assistance reviewing your coverage, we will do that with you. Then again, home inventory. One thing we urge you to be prepared for any potential disaster by using your smartphone to perform a home inventory to create a record of your belongings. You can also scan important documents easily and remotely access after a disaster. So Senate Bill 872 in 2021 provided that wildfire survivors do not have to use a company's specific inventory form for lost contents and can include like groupings, categories such as clothing and shoes and books and food items and DVDs rather than having to list individual items. After each wildfire, and I mean it, after each wildfire, we hear from consumers who have lost items that are priceless to them, but they do not have a record of them. Then we also ask you to have your go bag. And in your go bags, you should have a copy of your policy, even if you have uploaded it on the cloud, your home inventory, and an envelope of some sort to keep receipts in. And once again, the policy and home inventory should also be saved, like I said, electronically. So in the event an evacuation occurs when you are out of the home and do not have the opportunity to grab your go bag, it is saved electronically somewhere for you to access it. It is important to know that while your policy will show a coverage limit for personal property contents, it is exactly that. It's a limit. The insurer will not cut a check for the full limit amount. They will require an inventory to determine how much will be paid up to the coverage limit. If you ever have to file a wildfire claim, it is important to keep all receipts once you evacuate. Insurers will ask for receipts to determine how much will be paid on the additional living expenses, which we also call ALE portion of a claim. This is true not only for total or partial loss, but also if you're evacuated due to a mandatory evacuation, even if you don't have a property damage claim. Keep your receipts. We have a page on our website titled Evacuation Checklist for Policyholders. We want you to go on that page and look at the checklist for that. If you are affected by a natural disaster, the department has some tips on our website to help you. These include like reviewing your policy, as I said, determine what is covered, speak to your agent or insurance company's representative. Document all your conversation with them and ask about policy limitations. Get at least one estimate or bid on the cost to repair your home to get a reasonable sense of actual cost as compared to your coverage limits. Before you hire a contractor, check their licensing status with the Contractor State Licensing Board, CSLB. We also encourage you to review our electronic brochures entitled Don't Get Scammed After a Disaster. Okay, and please also check our website for disaster recovery centers and local assistance centers where department staff are available to talk to you in person about your insurance questions. And honestly, that's the best place to visit after a disaster because they are there to help you. And there are other agencies at the disaster recovery centers. So it's kind of a one-stop. Currently, we have, we also have, if you go on our website, when the winter storms were there, we had the disaster recovery center. So always look at our disaster recovery centers on our website. And actually, this concludes my presentation. And I want to remind you that please take advantage of the opportunity. We are here to help you with any of your insurance questions. We have a dedicated staff of experts that can answer your specific question. We have live chat features, and if you're unable to pick up your call, our callback time is under 2 minutes, and I'm so proud of that. And our hotline number is on the screen that Lisa put it there, 800-927-4357. And if you forget, it's 800-927-HELP, or go to our website at insurance.ca.gov. Thank you so much, and we are open to questions.
Thank you so much for this presentation. You covered quite a lot. I do have some questions that pertain particularly to Lake County. As you know, we have been through a lot of wildfires, but we also do a lot of proactive work. We apply for those grants. We have a lot going on. We have really engaged HOAs. I think we're over 16 Firewise communities now, yet we still have a high number of cancellations. And I'm wondering if your department tracks cancellations, because you did say that there would be more options as the market got competitive, but it looks like we're seeing insurers pull out of this area and we have fewer options. And I know we have some people in the chambers that can speak to that. So I'm just, that's what I'm wondering. Are you tracking cancellations, and are you also tracking the different insurers within our county so that we have an understanding of what the options are?
So all the insurance companies were supposed to, and they submit their wildfires framework plan by April 12th, and most of them have submitted, and we are reviewing that. So we will have more of an option, more of a answer in few months that after reviewing it, that what is available out there and stuff. We do get these complaints all the time about the cancellation, and it's there again. We cannot make them sell the property. We cannot make them sell the insurance, but if they are selling it, we can regulate it. So one of the things that Commissioner has done was the moratorium, that if you are in a disaster area, and Governor has declared the emergency, you have a year in your zip code that's given by the, evaluated by insurance, Department of Insurance, look at the area and, give certain zip codes that will have a whole year where they cannot cancel the insurance. But I believe Lisa has put in our chat that you can look at the companies that are being canceled, and, the data is available on our website.
Okay. Yeah, as soon as the moratorium was lifted, we saw an incredible number of cancellations. And that is in these neighborhoods where all this proactive work is happening. So it's, we're really getting frustrated here. So Lisa, do you have anything else to add that might be helpful?
Sure, thank you. So first, to answer your questions about do we have data on cancellations, I did share the link. I'm not sure who all has access to it. I think it's just the panelists here. But if I'm looking at it for Lake County, the data is current as of 2021. We're still compiling 2022 data. And so we can see on here that in 2021, it does look like there were about 2,600 non-renewed policies that the consumer initiated, and a number of non-renewed policy insurer initiated were 738. And then there is a column on there which lets you know how many folks needed to resort to the California Fair Plan. So I did put that link in the chat, and then you would just scroll to Lake County to kind of get that data. And then what I can offer, which kind of just piggybacks off of what Daria said, our hope is that through this new regulation that it will incentivize the insurers to come back to these areas and write insurance, given that communities as a whole are hardening and mitigating their homes. So that's kind of our hope. Unfortunately, as Jerry mentioned, we can't make them right in these areas, but we feel like there are many communities who haven't been hardened due to maybe money or whatnot, but they've been given grants, so they're hardening their areas. And so we hope that that is incentive for insurers to begin writing, thus helping our availability and affordability issues.
Okay, so when you come back in August, hopefully that's the time that you can come back and you'll have more data. Are you going to have an understanding of the cancellations from 2022? Because that's when we saw a significant spike. And we're really going to need that data.
Yeah, let me check in with our data analysis reporting unit and see where we are on compiling that 2022 data, and then we can circle back with you definitely.
Yeah, and that, it would be helpful to understand how many of our residents have to resort to the FAIR plan, and what we can do to, make some changes. Hopefully, we can do something, because we're already doing so much. But I think that there's some other supervisors that have questions. Vice Chair Simon?
Yep. Good morning. I just want to follow up on the question of cancellations. You read two numbers. One was 2,600 initiated by consumers, and then 700 by the insurance companies. I hope when you come back with the data that even in the consumer-initiated cancellations, that we do some type of analysis on what the increase was, because most of the folks are out there working hard to try and get the insurance, but if your insurance comes back 200% higher than it was the year before, yeah, you're absolutely going to make a decision of, I can't afford it. So yeah, it would be consumer initiated, but not the intention. It's just can't afford it. So I'm hoping we're looking at that data too as we're moving forward, because I think that's really important. We've all heard stories of, $3,000 pay, insurance costs per year going to $9,000 to $12,000. And, so I hope that they dig into that data to really look at that as we're moving forward. And especially here in Lake County, we've got a lot of, seniors, elders, that are on fixed incomes, that do own their properties, that have been for years, that have been responsible, and now we're just hitting with challenges that they just can't afford. So, I hope that data is really dived into that deeply, so we can get a good understanding as we're moving forward, because it is a challenge. It's not only affecting the folks that are current homeowners, but any expansion for economic development and opportunities for people to relocate to Lake County, it's going to become a challenge for each and every one of us. Our insurance or our real estate industry is being challenged by these issues. So these are all things I hope that the insurance commissioner is really going to get that down and dirty data on what's really happening in the industry. Because right now there is a big disconnect, and I know we keep talking about the FAIR plan, but the FAIR plan is just, unaffordable to a lot of folks as they're moving through the process. So, yeah, got a lot more questions or concerns. Also would like to, just say for Lake County, our HOAs, our Firewise communities, we've increased so much since 2015 as we've been moving forward at a county level. We have the CWPP, we have our vegetation abatement ordinance and other things that are being put into place. Will any of the counties, specifically to Lake County, we have also got a home hardening program, one of the 3 pilots in the state of California, just making sure that as we're moving forward, that the communities that are doing the work can really get that, the help moving forward. And I know you can't control discounts from the insurance companies, but taking all that into consideration as we're moving forward.
Definitely, we are taking all the notes and we are taking it with us. The question for the fixed income has come so many times, and that's one of the things Commissioner is looking into, that how people who are retirees and who are on fixed income. But unfortunately, this is one step, and I think that will be another step that we move forward. So I just want to correct that. What I said, maybe I misspoke. We will have the answers of 22 filing from the department, but we would not know about the safer from wildfires things maybe until the end of the year. We will not have the answers in August. And that's why when I was asked to come this month or next month, I was like, let me start the process now and join you guys. And once we have more information, we'll keep on posting you, updating you at that. And because of that, coming today also help us to look at Lake County closer and, to know more about your concern and things. So now it's much more of a thing where we are taking it that Lake County is so ready with their HOA, with their all the hardening efforts and all that part. So we are taking that thing and looking, it's already there, but it just brings it more, zooms zoom us the problem and stuff more on that part, and also keep this connection with you that you can reach out to us for any question and concern. If you will send me any question and concern also, we do try to get the answer as fast as you can for you also. So I want you to know that part too.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. So the regulation was adopted last September, it looks like, but it's optional. So, and so those insurers that have dived into this, I don't really know what the incentive is in for them. So first question, how many insurers have already gone down this path, started developing their own risk models and submitted them to you for review?
So we are expecting, we haven't started reviewing, we are in the process of reviewing it, but our expectation was that all the insurance companies who will be writing in the area need to submit that. So they were all required to submit their rate filings. So that's one of the questions to answer you. We don't know how it looks like until we review it and we come up with the thing that, what it is. But they were all required to, what discounts they will do and how will they do that part. And also, like I said, risk score and transparency, and also those are the things they have to, submit how they will handle that part. Lisa, do you want to chime in on that, please?
Well, I think they have a very I can't see the incentive for any insurer to do this, if only by the complexity of the modeling they're going to have to do. So I'm looking at some of the measures if they do this, what they would be required to look at, and part of it is very site-specific right around the home. There's a little mixed messaging. You want to clear combustible objects 5 feet from the building. CAL FIRE says, hey, get 100 feet cleared from the building and stuff like that. So there's a mismatch in messaging there that you want to give credit or discounts for a lesser amount of clearing. But then there's other optional factors that insurers can look at too that might actually tilt the scales regardless of any site-specific improvements. If they're looking at regional fuel loads, if they're looking at slopes, if they're looking at 4290 fire road access, things like that, those may be the bigger roadblocks on a regional basis, never mind any site-specific hardening. If you have a hardened home, but you're still way out in the sticks in a very fire-prone area, I'm having a hard time figuring out what an individual insurer would do with this. And there's nothing in the regulation that would standardize. So when these insurers start popping up their risk models and giving you scores, I don't know, is AAA going to score me one thing, State Farm's going to score something else, and there's no requirement for standardization. So they can be transparent with their risk modeling, but I don't know that anybody would necessarily understand what they're trying to do. And I guess we just have to wait to see what's being popped up because we haven't seen any of these yet, right?
Yes, we have to see what they have submitted, but at the same time, as I said in my presentation also, there is no way to you have the uniformity. Every insurance company, the way they are doing the business, they will have their own level of discount. Some will do the both community discount and individual discount. Some will do this and that. Like you mentioned, the slopes and other things, those are already taken into account. So this safer from wildfire are the regulation for other discounts, but the model that you are saying that insurance companies are already using to use for the risk score. So those are the some of the requirements or some of the things that they are already using to define the risk score and and for the rate insurance rate or premium. So it will not be a uniform anyway. We are encouraging people to do two things: harden their home. And if they are with the insurers, talk to their insurance companies and ask them, what have they filed? What are they looking? What will be the discount? And if they are thinking of it, what they prioritize that you do first. We want you to start with easy things also, but it looks like Lake County is pretty much ready for all the, they have you all have worked towards all the hardening things. But so that's my thing. Lisa, you want to chime in on this one?
I don't think I really have anything to add, other than definitely in agreement, with the person that was just speaking, because that is true. There isn't, any sort of standardization in terms of, we don't even know what the discounts will look like, right? I think you used AAA as an example. We don't know yet if they will offer 15% discount, and then maybe company B will offer more of a discount. Our hope is that this regulation encourages competition to benefit consumers, which might be some more work on your part initially as these rating plans begin to get approved. We would encourage you to, check different companies to see which one's a better fit for your home and location. So I can kind of offer that as well. But as Doria said, we are taking notes to your questions today, and we'll definitely share with our executive team, and we have a whole wildfire and readiness preparedness team. We can definitely and will definitely share all of the concerns heard today with them.
Well, and I'll just add the 5 feet from the house is part of Zone 0, CAL FIRE Zone 0. And CAL FIRE does have Zone 0, Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 3, and there are different standards for each of those zones and how close they are to the house. That's what that comes from. Supervisor Crandall.
Thank you. Yes, actually, there was a lot of discussion about this in one of my town halls recently, and I just wanted to ask, and this may have been covered, but I just want to reiterate this. So does a homeowner need to obtain the insurance carrier that's listed on the discount list that you provided us? Because many are saying that their rates are increasing. When they want to switch to another one, no one will touch them. So they're either forced to stay with the group that they're insured by, or just not have it because they can't switch.
So the list that I shared in the chat, Supervisor, is a list of insurers currently giving discounts. It's important to remember that I guess I can not even say to our knowledge, there is no one giving discounts per this regulation yet. We just received all of those rate filings April 12th-ish, and so we're reviewing those and approving them as we get to them. So that list that I shared in the link is insurers already giving discounts. And there is a column on there that shows dates too, just to kind of give you an example. Some have been giving discounts for many years for this work. What the regulation does, though, is it requires all insurers who rate by a wildfire risk model to provide a discount. Those insurance companies are not listed on that link yet. So maybe I shared that link prematurely because, again, it's not the insurers listed for this regulation yet.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
When do we expect the new rates and the new discounts? If they've just been submitted to you and you're reviewing them and then you're going to approve them going forward at different times, if someone has their policy coming up for renewal in the next 30 days or 60 days, what do we tell them about, new rates and new discounts?
I think that's a great question. And we are, we don't have an exact date. These will could roll out all at different times, but we are hoping that all rates are in effect by the end of the year, or at least like Q4. So October, November, December.
Okay. Did you have something else?
She was finishing.
I also want to add to that we, like I said in the presentation also, that each insurance policy is very unique. So if people are, going through that, we still want to encourage you to call our department, talk to our experts, and they're very good at going through and reviewing the policy. And also talk to your insurance company and insurance agent that, what it is, and just be in contact so you can make an educated decision.
Okay. Are you having?
Yeah, that was it. The reason why I mentioned that as well is because there was an insurance agent at the last meeting that we had. Either they're not privy to this, because I didn't hear the discussion about this, but they had mentioned that Firewires Communities and home hardening doesn't really help Yeah, that they were saying that, so.
So
yeah.
I just want to follow up on that point. If someone receives their renewal and it's significantly higher and they want to appeal, and you've got 30 days or 2 weeks or, to go back and forth, how do you maintain your coverage if you've got, only have a short period of time to either accept the new terms, appeal, or find a new carrier? Is there a grace period or, because that seems really problematic to me. Yes? Okay.
Thank you for your question. And I don't know that I have an answer for that question right now, but we will certainly, Jerry and I will go back to the team and see what it is that will be happening with that. I suspect to a degree it may be individual as well by insurers. But if we could just have maybe the rest of today to find that answer out, we can circle back with you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. It would be wonderful if all the questions that are brought up today could be answered in a single document, and then we could do a release with that information. So I'm going to open it up to the public. I know we've got some people in the chambers that have specific questions, and again, this is really for your benefit so you can understand what's happening in real time here on the ground. So I'm going to open it up and see who in the chambers would like to come up. You can state your name and have 3 minutes.
Sorry, short. Thank you very much. My name is Kathy Andre, and I represent the Canocti Fire Safe Council, as well as the Riviera Heights Homeowners Association. I have the privilege of serving as president for both of these organizations, and I'm here with fellow board members of the Canocti Fire Safe Council today. I cannot tell you at this moment how incredibly frustrated I am, especially listening to the presentation today, and I really appreciate you being here and giving us the opportunity to hear what's going on. But I'd like to share with you what's going on from our perspective. One, right now, it's not just wildfire threatening to destroy our communities, it's fire insurance. You're pricing us out of where we live. We cannot afford it. You are telling us to make sure we review our policy and we have the appropriate coverage. We can't afford the appropriate coverage. We can't afford the bare minimum, and we cannot even afford the California unfair plan. Our homeowners, we deal with this every single day with our homeowners. I can't believe that you think there's 700 people that got canceled by by insurance companies. There's thousands of people who have not been renewed or who have been canceled by insurance companies. Just in this area alone, I can't even fathom the rest of the numbers in the rest of the state. You provide the list of insurance companies providing incentives for homeowners. I called every single insurance company on that list, and not one agent that I spoke to knew of one discount that their insurance company was offering. Do you test these insurance companies? Do you have oversight and do you call these insurance companies? Because there's a huge disconnect between the corporate level of these insurance companies and what they think they're offering, and the agents that have no idea what they're offering. And the people who get screwed are the homeowners in these communities. Our homeowners and our Fire Safe Council, we represent 4 Firewise communities in our area, and a 5th one is being formed. We spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in fire mitigation every single year. We do education programs on how to evacuate. We put in fire breaks. We have so many different programs going on. And do you know what the incentive is we get from the insurance company? Here's the incentive. We'll cancel your insurance if you don't do the work that we're telling you to do. That's it. That's our big incentive.
Kathy, your time's up. You're welcome to come back if you.
Thank you very much, and I do appreciate you being receptive to these comments. And I would really like to thank the Board of Supervisors who have championed these efforts on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Anyone else in the chambers like to come up?
Good morning. My name is Winkelman from Cop Mountain.
Your first name?
Thank you very much.
Your first name?
Case.
Case. For the record, thanks.
Thank you for bringing this up. I think it's a very important issue right now, especially in my neighborhood. I'm up in the Fox Drive area, and half of my neighbors been canceled, and as of last year, many of them had to go even as far as Lloyd's of London to get insurance, and paying anywhere from $10,000 to $12,000 a year. Right now, if you call any insurance company and you give them the zip code 95426, they say automatically, thank you, but no, we won't insure you because of the fire zone area. Lucky myself, I've been with one insurance agent, and they did, after cancellation, they did pick me up again and renewed me, but my policy has gone from $1,800 now to $4,200. If I get canceled again and it goes up to $10,000 or $12,000, I can't afford to stay there. I'm retired on a fixed income, and between everything else, costs going up on everything else, there was no way I could survive over there. So I think there are many more people canceled than what they really know. But again, you answer a lot of my questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Case. Come on up.
My name's Tim Holmes. I'm building a house on Lockwoman Road. I made a few notes of kind of entering in the process of getting insurance, and I lived in Santa Rosa. I had an agent there who I had homeowners insurance and then renters insurance at different times with State Farm for probably 30 plus years. I had a renter's policy with her. She said, keep that policy because State Farms offer exemptions if you have a renter's policy. So I said, okay, let's go for the exemption. And they said, no, can't do it up there. And then so she resubmitted an appeal, and they said no again because something about I was clearing my own land and I wasn't a part of a mass clearing, which didn't make much sense to me. And that I was, the coverage had gone up 25%, over 25%. It was a renter's policy, now I had a homeowner's policy. So anyway, that was interesting. And then I asked her if I could subsequently get insurance for losses not covered by wildfires. I mean, in California, you get flood insurance separately, you get earthquake separately. Seems like we almost have to get separate wildfire. I mean, I'd like to have my house covered comprehensively, but if I can't afford fire insurance, I'd like to have something, I also called a local State Farm agent and asked if they did difference in coverage policies, just in case I had to go fair. And he said no. He said, State Farm's working on it, but his agency would be glad to offer it, but it's not available now. Well, on the insurance.ca.gov website, it says State Farm is offering this type of policy. So the policy, the website might want to be updated. AAA was offering insurance in this area about 6 months ago because I had a friend that called them, but only for stick built. Now they do CalFare and now they do CalFare companion plans, but it sounds like companies decide to blackball this area. No one will give anything but a CalFare plan here, at least in the area I'm in. And like Santa Rosa had a large wildfire and Fountain Grove was burned down. Is Fountain Grove blackballed? I would doubt it, you know. So anyway, I finally got a hold of AAA and they seem to be willing to at least talk to me and give me a companion so-called, like someone said, fair plan. I hope so. But there's nothing definite yet. And anyway, so if it's possible, there's some kind of way they can say insurers can give something without wildfire, that'd be at least something. If the house was burgled or something, it'd be, you know, something, because I'm making sure that my house is very fire safe, cleared all over the place. And anyway, that's
Thank you so much. Anyone else like to come up?
Can I ask a clarifying question from that speaker? Did he say that was State Farm that told him they do not sell DIC policies?
Yes.
Yes, that was State Farm.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Kathy Seiler from the Canocti Fire Safe Council. Besides all of the other concerns that have been brought up, one big frustration, I think, is the lack of standardization of mitigation. Many people mitigate, are non-renewed, go to another insurance company and are told that those mitigations, they won't cover them. So you had mentioned at one point that the insurance commission seems to be going down an avenue of encouraging insurance companies to be competitive. That doesn't really help people. There should be a homogenization of mitigations. If you do certain ones, you should, across the board, have a reduced income. I mean, starting from the very top, you know, with a metal roof and concrete siding and so forth. Is the insurance commission planning on trying to do something like that? If people are mitigating and non-renewed, and the mitigations that they've already spent thousands and thousands of dollars on are not recognized by another company. It seems to me that should be a role of the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, come on up.
I don't want to address them.
Okay, come on up. You can, whatever you want.
I don't want to be on the phone. I don't want to be on with them.
Oh, okay. It's a public record if you want to,
I can get myself in trouble with my company.
okay,
I'm not good.
okay.
If we talk about it.
You can send us an email or we can talk offline.
Okay.
Okay,
I mean, I can address them a little bit, but.
sure, whatever you feel like.
Okay.
Want to take your shirt off? You want a sticker?
I should have worn it.
Yeah.
Hi, good morning. I'm Pat Lambert. I'm a local insurance agent. I believe what you guys are doing is posturing a little bit here politically. I'm having a hard time hearing what I'm hearing. You guys have done nothing to help the situation. I work for a company, and we're seeing it everywhere. The market is getting harder and harder. You guys sit here and talk about being competitive. Nobody can be competitive right now because they're losing their shorts. When the local companies in the state of California are losing billions and billions of dollars, our system is broken, and you guys have done nothing to help fix it. You look at states like Colorado, who are profitable in this line of business, but California is not. Myself, my own community, everybody is getting hurt, and there's nothing the state of California has done to fix that. So I have a hard time because I'm here for my customers, my clients, my community. I may work for an insurance company, but they don't come first. Our community comes first. And so we've got problems, and I don't know what you guys can do to fix it, but right now what you're doing is nothing other than talk. And we talk about the hardening, we talk about these discounts. I don't even think you guys have a clue what's going on. You're talking about April. My company started giving discounts earlier this year. So there are companies that are giving these discounts that we've been told were approved by the Department of Insurance. And we can throw those discounts in there, but they're not the biggest discounts in the world either. Some are very hard to get, some are limited. They don't make a difference. When you've got people's policies going up 100, 150, 200%, the meager little discounts you're talking that you're getting for these things, some of them don't even outweigh the cost of doing the work that you have to do. So we've got issues, and you guys need to get to work and figure this out. Our system is broken, and just so you know, it's not only just the home insurance now, it's also auto. Nothing's been said in here about this, but State farmers have all gone to 25-day wait periods just to insure an auto policy. Geico stopped writing policies over the phone. Costco shut down all their personalized insurance in California. These are things that are going on. It's not in the news. The department's not talking about it. It's a big issue in California, and the way we're going, you're not going to be able to get anything in the state. You guys are making it impossible, and we hear this all day long. It's the state of California, it's the regulators, it's the insurance commissioner. So there's something wrong. You guys have broken our system along with the insurance companies, and it needs to get fixed. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Anyone else in the chambers before we move to the Zoom room? Okay, we have one hand up in Zoom, Elliot Hurwitz. Elliot, you can unmute and state your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Elliot Hurwitz. I live up in the Cobb Mountain area. And amen to everything everybody has said. The only thing I'd like to add is that need to think about this in terms of not just the existing homeowners, but particularly for communities like ours, which have been devastated by destructive wildfire. The rebuild process is being made, add an additional burden to that. Our home burned down 8 years ago. We had to give up doing a stick-built home after the COVID kind of price explosions and that. Now we're finally, really literally this week on the verge of trying to get a manufactured home on our lot. And the prospect of not being able to get an affordable policy while I'm actually shopping for a mortgage is terrifying. We've already, we've put in, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I'll tell you, people up here, we are experts on mitigation. For the last 8 years, in particular, since our fire, we've got we've already talked about the Firewise communities, but I'll tell you, every one of my neighbors and we have local fire drills. We're in communication. We have, as I said, we are truly experts in this. And I really agree about this topic of actually having to set statewide standards. It's not rocket science. It's a certain amount of complications, slope, vegetation, etc. But that's, it's not unsolvable. And that California needs to set uniform standards and require insurance companies to provide discounts for those homeowners who meet those standards. And I'll tell you, you do that, and not only will we begin to see, the insurance problem begin to solve, but that will actually incentivize, much more aggressive homeowner compliance with the best practices. We know what they are. And so I think it really, this issue of who are we doing this for, I don't think it's a matter of just having to create a quote unquote competitive market for the insurance companies. No, this is really something that goes to core state policy in terms of being able to the whole issue of the quote unquote California housing crisis, we're attacking it from I think there were 50 bills in the legislature this year trying to look at housing crisis. But if you can't rebuild in a fire destroyed area, that is just taking a whole segment of the housing market off the table. So I really encourage you to take back to your bosses the message that the California Insurance Commission needs to do a much more in-depth and proactive job in terms of creating a usable insurance market in this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot. I'm not seeing any other hands up. Anyone else in the chambers? Take a turn. Okay. Elliot, your hand's back up? No. Okay. So I will bring it back to the board. We had a few comments about manufactured homes. And the reality is that many people in our county can only afford a manufactured home for a rebuild or for whatever reason. This is a big source of our housing stock, and it will continue to be that. And we need to make sure that they're going to be insured along with stick-built homes. And it's really difficult to get a manufactured home insured, as we've heard today. So that needs to be considered when you're looking at what's happening in our county. And I need to know if this has been considered or can be considered. How can you cap increases? In what industry and in what market can a company be allowed to increase by 200% or more? That seems unacceptable and seems like something that should be monitored. And the other thing is, when you come back and we've got the data to look at the cancellations that have happened in the last couple of years, really need to analyze the percentage of fair plan policies that we have in our county. Because if we only have fair plan in our county and no one else has a standard plan, then that is a huge problem. So those are some of my questions that I want looked at. I'm going to open it up for the rest of the members to speak. Supervisor Green, what are your priorities that you would like to hear back when we have another visit?
Well, one thing, and I thank you again for the department and for the comments from the people in the audience. One thing I'd like to hear about is, just like when we were talking about the fire hazard maps, CAL FIRE, their methodology, and I know the board majority took exception with that. The methodologies that are going to be used by these insurers are going to be arguably even more complicated than the broader mapping tools used by CAL FIRE, because they're trying to analyze risk versus hazard. So it does get very site specific, and I can't imagine that there would be one universal standard that should apply statewide, because it should include things like regional fuel loads and slope and stuff like that. One thing I would like to see when we come back is not just, what paltry list of insurers is actually offering anything using these new regulations, but whether there's any incentive in there. I think the larger part of this equation by far is how many hundreds of millions of dollars did those same insurance companies pay out on wildfire claims in this county over the last decade. It's a chunk. Not here to speak on behalf of the insurance industry. That's not going to be a popular thing today, but they're businesses. They answer to their shareholders. They're not going to pour money down the drain for areas that they rightly or wrongly perceive as being too dangerous to write policies in. So if we don't like the CAL FIRE map, if we don't like these regulations that have been adopted because we don't think they go far enough, then what's the next step? But I can see, speaking devil's argument again, why an insurer would be reluctant to say, oh, this whole region burned down, now we're building maybe some manufactured homes, but maybe also some stick-built homes, McMansions on hilltops in heavily forested areas. So we're doubling down on maybe things that made good sense several decades ago, but in an era of climate change, pervasive tree mortality, and the risks that we know more about today, I'd like to hear from some insurance companies. What do they see in terms of the risk models here in the county? Why are they doing non-renewals here? And I know you can't force them to sell insurance. I know you can't also force them to show up to a Board of Supervisors hearing. But I think they're probably the biggest part of this puzzle, and other than just yelling at them and saying these regulations aren't sufficient to solve the problem, we do need to go back as the state, as the county, and as a department there and say, this is good as far as it goes, but we don't think it goes anywhere close enough to solving, like you've heard, just hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of non-renewals going on right now. And all we have is some slim hope that some insurers will step up and give a little weensy discount in some site-specific areas, but maybe some other areas, zip codes, they just won't insure at all. So I'm a little still mystified where their heads are at. I know you don't have answers for them, but that's what I'd like to see when we come back. I'd like to hear from an insurance company or two or three what's going on, boots on the ground here.
Do you have anything to add?
You know, once again, thank you for coming today. So obviously a very complicated issue as we move forward. When you come back in August, and I think that's what we're talking about,
It's
right?
not going to be August.
Okay, at the end of the year?
Yes.
As we continue the conversation of, how we move forward. We heard it today. It is called the California Fair Plan, but, you hear it more often than the unfair plan. And it looks like during this transition here in Lake County, that may be one of the options that people are forced to. So looking at how we can, or the commissioner can, help make that competitive and comprehensive, I think is a real focus. You say you can't force the industry to do things, but there are things that the commissioner can do to hopefully help move that forward. As we come back, we just need the data. I really think that data is skewed. We heard that today. I think there are thousands of folks, and I really would like to see that data on initiated from the consumer or from the insurance company, because as we heard today at the, here at the diocese, a lot of folks, when you're faced from going from 3,000 to 12,000, you've just got to make that decision on how you're moving forward to survive in the home that you've had for many years in the family or potentially rebuilding. But we're doing the work here locally in Lake County, and we want to continue that conversation of how we help our homeowners move through these difficult times. So, yeah, there's no easy answers, but more data and more information and really understanding the boots on the ground and what's happening here locally to Lake County. I know you guys are charged with the entire state, but we need to focus directly on Lake County's hard work that it's done over the past 8 years.
Thank you. Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, no, I think my fellow supervisors have covered a lot already. I think maybe this was covered as well when it comes to fair or anything that has to do with working with these insurance companies. But when imposing some of these initiatives, I think it's key to consider the fact that our counties that are rural have a different situation than some of the urban onsets. So I'm not sure how you can implement that. I know some of our collaborative groups probably emphasize that at the state level. So I just highly encourage the insurance commissioner to look at that in a different aspect. It's not a what do they call it, cookie cutter for all the counties. We can't afford what LA does, LA County or Orange County or any of them who are burdened by fires as well. And we don't have as much resources as these other counties. So just wanted to highlight that if that hasn't already been covered.
Yeah, thank you. And it's just important to look at this holistically as an economic issue for our county. A lot of our residents are suffering. And as we look at growth and how we further develop, which we know when you further develop and you develop that infrastructure, the risk of wildfire goes down. And so we can't be stuck in this mode where we can't be building because it's too cost prohibitive. So these are all the things that we'd like you to consider, work on bringing us back some of the questions that have been asked today so we can get those out to our residents. And then we really look forward to the next time that you're going to come. Maybe it's the fall. This fall sound good? Okay, good. All right, so thank you so much for coming and having this conversation with us, sharing your work, hearing some of the specific pain points that we're dealing with in this rural county. I feel like you've heard us today, and I'm looking forward to the responses and keeping this conversation going. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. Okay. And thank you to everyone who contributed to this conversation today. It means a lot to have your voices here today with this. So our next item, let's take a break. And then we will move on to our 10-year pavement rehabilitation plan, which is equally exciting. All right, let's get back to our seats. Okay, our next item, 6.5, 10:30 a.m. Consideration of presentation of pavement management plan update and 10-year pavement rehabilitation plan. Public Works Director De Leon.
Good morning. So, first part of this presentation this morning is the update of the county's pavement management plan, and we have our consultant, Deborati with NCE is on with us. Good morning, Deborati. Nice to see you. Just a little history here. NCE has been the consultant that has been helping not only Lake County, but our two incorporated cities with pavement management updates for many years. And we do the update about every 2 or 3 years, and she can help correct that if I got that wrong. But NCE just completed the updates for the two cities and the county. And so what Deborati will be presenting this morning is the update to the pavement management plan. It is the overall county plan. Following her presentation, I will follow up with a short summary of some funding and the road department, and then we'll get into the 10-year plan, which Deborati and NCE also prepared for us, and it's specific for road rehabilitation. So with that, Deborati, if you'd like to take over the presentation and give us the update on the pavement management plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. I will share my screen. Let me know if you can see my screen. I hope you can see my screen.
We can see you, but we can barely hear you now.
Okay. Is it better now?
Sam, can you get the... Maybe we could get that door closed.
We are unable to hear you on your mic now. Whatever changed.
Can you hear me?
That's better.
That's better. Thank you.
Okay, probably because I wasn't talking before. Okay, all right. So thank you, Scott, for introducing me and my team. So like Scott mentioned that we have been working with the county and Lakeport and Clear Lake for over a few years to update their pavement management program. So today I'm gonna walk you all through that what we have done under this update and what the county's pavement condition looks like and what's the funding needs, funding deficit, and under different funding scenarios, what the county's pavement network condition would be looking like. So by now, you kind of know that in general, pavement management program is designed to provide an objective information so that the managers can make more informed and consistent, cost-effective decision. Now, PMPs, the pavement management program, basically answer 4 questions. What streets does the county own or maintain? What condition are they in? And what repairs are needed and when? And also how much funding is needed to maintain or improve the streets. And for this purpose, we use the Street Saver software as a tool to answer all these questions. So under this pavement program management update, What we have done was we updated the street saver inventory. We worked with the county to check that if there has been any new streets that has been added or not. Next, we performed the pavement condition survey. So here it's important to mention that we only performed the condition survey on the streets which had a current PCI over 25. That means we have not inspected any streets in the failed condition. So what's important to mention, because sometimes the streets might not be failing the way the street saver model is predicting. It could be in better condition or worse condition, but we use the street saver model to predict the projected PCI for those streets under failed condition. Next, we have updated the pavement maintenance records. We worked with the county to check that what streets have been paved over the last few years so that those streets are updated in the database. Next, we worked with the county to decide on the decision tree. What is a decision tree? So the decision tree is actually where you decide on different treatment strategies for different streets in different pavement condition categories. So if you have a poor street, what type of treatment it would need versus if you have a good street, what type of treatment you would need. And then we actually look through the recent bid tabs to come up with a reasonable cost, especially because this update was being done after the pandemic. A lot has been changed since then. So we update this decision tree in terms of both treatment strategies and also the unit cost of the treatment, looking into the updated bid tabs. And also we fixed some linkage issues for the county's GIS map. GIS map is a feature in the street saver where you can actually see the maps. So it helps you understand which area is in poor condition versus which area is in good condition graphically over a map. And next, we perform the budget needs analysis. So budget needs analysis basically tells you that this is your network, and if you have unlimited budget, unconstrained budget, these are the treatment you should do to bring your network to a certain condition that from that on you can maintain your pavement. Because Street Saver is always preaches the strategy of maintaining good condition in a good street in good condition. That means so that you have to spend less money to maintain, rather you are making it fall into poor condition category where you have to spend more money. Next, we performed several budget scenarios for the county to give an idea that what type of funding level you need to have to reach to a target PCI. So if your existing budget is not enough, then how much money you need to improve a PCI to 50 or 70. And also, we developed a work plan for the county. So we also ran the scenarios to see if you incorporate that work plan, then what will be your pavement condition be looking like. And next, we summarize all of these findings into a report, and we submitted the report to the county. We also conducted a street saver training where we showed how you can actually work with these street saver tools on your end to update your inventory, like all this M&R, maintenance and rehabilitation treatment record, and do a lot of things on your end. Because it's a very user-friendly tool, you not necessarily always need a consultant to do all those small tasks. So we also conducted a street saver training, a rigorous street saver training, which showed all of those. So next, under this update, we actually updated all of county, Lakeport, and Clear Lake's pavement management system. So what is included in the Lake APC network? Clear Lake has approximately 81 centerline miles, Lakeport around 30, and of course the Lake County has the largest, approximately 500 centerline miles or 499 centerline miles. So the asset value, if you look at, basically is telling you, if you are to reconstruct your network from scratch, then this is the money you need. So that is telling you your asset value of your network. So the Clear Lake has an asset value of $53 million, Lakeport 44. Since Lake County is the largest, so it has approximately $374 million of asset value. So total Lake APC has 0.5 billion of asset value. Today's presentation, we will only focus on Lake County's update. So this is just to give you an idea that what we did under this update and where all other agencies stand in terms of asset value and centerline mines. So next, this pavement condition is typically quantified using pavement condition index, which is PCI, and it ranges between 0 to 100. So 0 being the best and 0 being the worst and 100 being the best. This PCI scale is divided generally into 4 condition category, 0 to 25. Less than 25 is basically failed or poor, very poor street. Between 25 to 50 is considered poor. 50 to 70 is fair condition, and above 70 it's good or very good street. So if you want to look at in terms of photos, so a very good street would be like it's just kind of paved, or it's few years after paving where you can barely see any cracks. On a fair street, you would expect to see some cracks and probably some distress, and probably you might, when you're riding, it might be a little bit rough. On a poor street, you will see a lot of cracks, especially along the wheel path, and you might see some dips as well. And the right quality, if you're riding on it, it will be rough. And if you look at a poor street, then it is like kind of broken into pieces. It's a lots of distress on the street. Basically, it's not looking very good. And of course, the riding quality will be very, very rough. So this is kind of an comparative, like a visual presentation of what the streets might look like in different condition categories. Now, the county-wide PCI, that means if like the overall, this Lakeport, Clear Lake and county, if we do an area weighted average PCI, the county-wide PCI is 37. And the county's PCI is 34. So it's almost towards like a very poor or failed condition category. So it's very important to understand that some actions needs to be taken to kind of lift up the PCI towards the green zone. So the next one, I'm showing you the network PCI. It is basically the historical PCI over the years. So all these years you're seeing, basically we inspected your network and those are the inspected PCI. So it was 42 in 2011, it was 41 in 2014. The last update we did for the county was in 2018 when it was 37. So you can see a downward incline and it dropped 3 points since 2018. The 2022 statewide average PCI is 65. So also in CE works with the California, all the statewide, all the agencies to kind of prepare this final report where we have the survey forms and then we document all the agencies' PCI and then we calculate this statewide PCI, which happens to be 65. If we look at the breakdown of the major versus local streets, so you can see that the arterials, all the streets, all the functional class, I'd say, all the functional class is in poor condition. The rural local is the worst with 25. It will be rate in just probably 1 year if we if we do not do anything in this area, because a PCI of less than 25 is considered failed condition. The county also has a little bit portion of airfields and the residentials is probably not very rural. Those are in good condition, but that's a very small amount of the area. I just kept it to show you so that you understand the portion of the different functional class the county has in terms of area. Now, I always think that the PCI number could be a little bit, doesn't tell you the whole story all the time. So if you look at the condition breakdown by area, you can see that for approximately 16% of your area is in good condition. So it's very, very important that you at least maintain that 16% so that it doesn't fall into the blue or yellow zone. And then the goal should be to reduce the area of the red. That means your approximately 42% of the pavement network is in failed condition. So that's where it comes into that. If you have a high needs, that's because you have a lot of area in failed condition. So it needs a really rigorous treatment. So the street civil strategy always recommends that you maintain your good condition so that it doesn't fall into the worst condition category. So this is kind of giving you an idea of your condition breakdown by the area. So next, let's look at what was the typical treatment strategy. So this is the pavement deterioration curve. This pavement deterioration curve is a very common curve that is used to explain the deterioration of a pavement life over time. So what it's basically telling is that being proactive is always less expensive than reactive. So if you have a streets in your green zone, then the proactive treatment to preserve this pavement in good condition will be less expensive if you want to rehabilitate a street in a red zone. Of course, it will be more expensive to spend the money to reconstruct the structure. So it's always very important that we act proactive than reactive. And also we need money for that. So to show you that the decision tree that we have developed in discussion with the county was that if it's a good street, it should be mostly the slurry seal or chip seal, which is approximately $3 per square year to $4.75 per square year. That's kind of the range. If it's a fair street, then single or double chip seal, since the county has more rural areas. In poor condition, earlier county has chip seal, but if you do not do some types of small rehabilitation, even if it's a thin mill and overlay, the chip seal streets you're spending money, but you will see a lot faster failure if you do not do a little bit more aggressive treatment on your poor or failed street. And then for the failed street, it's either FDR with some types of overlay or probably some double chip seal. So it depends from street to street, depending on the purpose, the traffic level, and also the condition, and also the weather. So this is kind of a typical decision tree, and all those unit cost was developed kind of looking at the surrounding big taps last 2 years. So how have the maintenance costs changed since 2018? So as you can see, for the mill and overlay, of course, the HMA cost drives the most, the unit cost. So the HMA cost per ton has increased a lot since 2018. And overall, we have seen that overall treatment cost has increased by more than 50%. So it's kind of giving you an idea that even if you have the same budget amount, you might see not that much improvement because now that the treatment cost has increased. So you will also have to keep that in mind. So now the fun part, needs versus available funding. So the 10-year need, depending on the pavement condition category for the county, came around $269.4 million. Then 10-year budget, available budget, is $45 million because we got that this county's available funding is currently $4.5 million per year. So if we put that on a chart, you can see that your available funding is only being able to meet 17% of the needs. So 83% of the needs is still remaining. So that's kind of telling you, giving you a picture of the budget deficiency in terms of county's funding level. Under this available funding, what the scenario would look like. So as you can see that the PCI is now 34. It will be increasing if you keep doing the work, but then eventually over the 10 years, it will drop to 26. And this is alarming because PCI less than 25 is considered failed condition category. So the county needs to kind of at least maintain the PCI. If not, it falls under in the failed condition category. And of course, you can see the deferred maintenance. So will increase. What is the deferred maintenance? The deferred maintenance is basically the backlog. The treatment that you are not being able to do because of your funding constraint, because of limited funding. So those are the treatments, those are the treatment costs being added as your deferred maintenance that you should do, but you cannot do because you do not have the money. So as you can see, the funding, deferred maintenance will increase approximately more than $100 million. So that's a lot. Now, if we look at, again, like I said, just a PCI number doesn't always tell you the full story. The current condition is that currently you have 16% of the network in good condition category, which will increase a little bit under your current funding, so which is a good news. But you can also see that more than 50% of your network will be in failed condition category. So this is the alarming part, that we have to make sure that we do the treatment in this area so that this red zone doesn't extend, rather it shrinks. So it is kind of telling you the projected condition in 10 years. So this is a 2032 projected condition if you keep spending $4.5 million each year for 10 years. So next, let's look at, now that we saw that what your payment condition would be under your available budget, what would you need if you want to improve your PCI? So this is showing that a PCI is improving to 40 over 10 years, okay? So, and then under this 40, you would expect to see that of course, the good condition will increase, and also the poor condition, the failed condition will shrink a little bit. It's not a lot, but still it's an improvement compared to your current available funding. Deferred maintenance will also increase, but if you compare with your current funding, it was increasing $100 million, but it's increasing here approximately $20 million over 10 years. And you would need $122.8 million, that means approximately $123 million over 10 years to improve your PCI to 40. Now, this budget scenario also includes the work plan, 10-year work plan that we have developed. So to give you a little bit of background of the 10-year work plan, is that initially we worked with the county to develop a 5-year work plan. And the county's goal was to improve the PCI to 50 over 5 years. And it showed from the analysis that it would need a tremendous amount of very unrealistic money over 5 years if you want to target that PCI. So we discussed with the county, and county proposed that why don't you convert this 5-year work plan to a 10-year work plan, and then let's make it more realistic and reasonable. So we converted that 5-year work plan into a 10-year work plan. And now what you can see that if you implement that 10-year work plan, your PCI will improve to 40 over 10 years. So here, what is showing in the map is all these black areas is basically what you have treated over last few years between 2018 and 2022. And all the other colors are showing different here. So year 1 is over here, the purple, year 2 is over here, and then the orange is year 3. This light teal is year 4, and then the green is year 5. So what is going in a kind of an anti-clockwise direction? Year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then again it's coming around here, year 6, year 7, year 8, and then year 10. So while we were developing this work plan, we kept few things in mind. grouping of treatment, and also the neighborhood. We don't want to have various areas being treated in 1 year that increase your mobilization cost. If you can group this treatment by areas and by treatment types, then you would expect to get a better bid results. Number one, and also it will minimize the mobilization cost, and also it will minimize the traffic disruption around surrounding your areas of the treatment. So to do that, to keep it in one area, we try to group it as much as possible to make it more efficient in terms of cost. Now, if you look at the projected PCI and the budget amount, that if you spend approximately $10 to $12 million per year, we are, according to the plan we developed, we are actually treating 16 centerline miles, 27 centerline miles each year, and the projected PCI will eventually kind of be maintained and improve to 41 and then kind of drop to 40. So basically you can tell that it is increasing to 40. The total budget you would need is, like I said, $122.8 million for this work plan. And a total of 190 centerline miles will be treated. So this is a planning phase. Of course, when it goes into the design phase, a lot of things will change. Each road should be examined, individually to understand that what treatment would be more cost effective and depending on the traffic level and everything. We drove most of your county to develop this work plan, but we definitely did not drive every single centerline miles of 499 centerline miles. But we understood kind of the area, that which area would need what type of treatment, so that we can make it a more cost effective work plan. So this is kind of an overall idea of the 10-year work plan, and I believe that Scott will go over a little bit more details after my presentation. Next, now that we showed you that under this work plan, your PCI will improve to 40 over 10 years. This is showing how much money you need if you want to improve your PCI to 50. So over 10 years. And of course, the deferred maintenance you can see is decreasing. But for that, you actually need $165.4 million over 10 years. And as you can see, your the field condition area will be shrinking, and more than 50% of your network will be in good condition, so which is really promising to look in terms of the pavement condition category in this one. Next, we also ran another scenario where we showed that how much you would need to improve the PCI to 70. That means to good condition category. And I know it's a lot of money. It will need $260.4 million over 10 years. And as you can see, your deferred maintenance will decrease a lot. So it's a lot of money to target to improve to PCI over 70. But you can see that more than 80%, almost 80% of your network will be in good condition, and only 13% will be in failed condition. So this is a really, really drastic change that you will see if your PCI is 70 over 10 years. So now that I showed you different funding level, this is kind of a compact comparison of the impact of different funding levels. So this left-hand side, y-axis is showing 10-year funding level in dollar million. That means your existing budget is $45 million over 10 years, and the PCI will drop to 26. If you want to improve your PCI to 40, you will need $122.8 million, and this scenario also includes your work plan, the work plan that we have developed. Next, to improve the PCI to 50, we should need $165.4 million. And next, improve the PCI to 70, we should need $260 million. So you can see the increase in budget depending on your target of PCI. And these are the 2032 PCI, like at the end of the 10 years. So now let's look at the deferred maintenance. This is kind of showing the trend over the 10 years course. So right now, before even we start any work, your deferred maintenance is $205 million. Under the existing budget, it will increase to $315. under the work plan, it will still increase, but not a lot like your existing funding. If you improve to 50, because 50 means it's kind of entering into the fair condition. The 40 is still in poor condition. So it's still in fair condition, it's dropping. And also, if you improve the 70, then it will drop the most to $60 million. So this is showing the trend of deferred maintenance, change in deferred maintenance over 10 years under different funding level. Now, this is showing the condition category, the change of condition category breakdown over 10 years under different funding levels. So this is the current condition, 16%. And as you can see, over each condition category, the good condition category is actually increasing. Under existing budget, the failed category also increased. But all other one, if you target a PCI to improve 40, 50, and 70, your failed condition will shrink a little bit under this one and more under these two different scenarios. So this kind of is telling you the full story of what will happen to your condition, payment condition in terms of areas in different condition category. Okay. Next, let's look at a comparison of Lake APC agencies. So this is the total annual budget that we got from the agencies when we were running the scenarios for updating the payment management plan. The Clear Lake has a lot of money, $2.2 million per year, depending on their size of the network. Lakeport has only $285,000 per year, and county has $4.5 million per year. Now, this is not it's just kind of telling you the big picture, but if we want to measure it in terms of one unit, kind of compare apples to apple, you can see that available budget per centerline miles for Clear Lake has the highest. So it has $27,000, and this is because that they passed a major V in 2016, which added approximately $2 million to their budget, and they have been doing a lot of work since then. The Lakeport has $9,000 per centerline miles, and Lake County has the biggest network, around 500 centerline miles, but $4.5 million per year is kind of getting them to around $10,000 per centerline miles. So if we look at the change in PCI, we can see that in 2018, Clear Lake was 40, Lakeport was 40, and Lake County was 37. So it's kind of the same range, like in a poor condition category. But then 2022, when we did the inspection, we saw the inspected PCI for Clear Lake was 51. That increased 11 points. And this is because that they have treated a lot of their gravel road with chip seal. So those gravel roads typically are not programmed in the street saver, but when you pave it with chip seal, it is considered a paved road. And of course, if you do not have a lot of traffic on there, it's not deteriorating that faster. So it's actually added benefits to your network. So they did a lot of paving over last 2 to 4 years. And now, when we ran the scenarios with existing budget, the projected PCI, like in 10 years, we saw that Clear Lake will almost reach to a PCI of 70, whereas Lakeport will drop to 33 and Lake County will drop to 26. And this is under current funding. So this is the funding that I'm showing here. If we are using $4.5 million every year for over 10 years, this is the drop you will expect to see for the county. So this is kind of a comparison of the Lake APC agencies under this current update that we did. So I think I'm kind of at my last slide. So the county has a substantial investment in pavement network, which is $374.2 million. The county's network is in poor condition of 37. The treatment unit costs have increased by more than 50%. 10-year funding needs is $269.4 million. If you convert that into dollar per centerline miles, it's kind of telling you that $54,000 per centerline miles is needed. 10-year funding deficit is $224.4 million. If you compare needs versus available funding. Existing annual budget of $4.5 million per year is not enough. PCI will decrease to 26 in 10 years. Deferred maintenance will increase, and failed network area will be more than 60% in 10 years. So this is kind of the takeaway of this PMP update. So if you have any questions, that's kind of end of my presentation.
Deborah, thank you. I'm sitting here watching this presentation, and this is the second time I've seen this. She did this for our APC organization, and well, my hands are a little sweaty, and it's not very good news. And Deborah, I have to thank you for just stating the facts and putting this right out there for all to see. And a couple of points that I'd like to point out here, a couple of things I'd like to highlight. One of the slides showed the increase in Clear Lake's PCI, and road conditions, there aren't a lot of things that you can fix with money, but roads is one of them. And I have to applaud the city of Clear Lake and really admire what they've been able to do there. And I think that graph that showed the jump in their PCI and the projected jump with their continued funding is remarkable. And then the other thing I'd just like to point out that this 10-year plan is a planning document. No one that I am aware of in the Public Works Department has ever come down to your board and said, here we are, and here is a plan. I don't have all the answers. I've got some ideas on what we can do to make the available funding go as far as we can. But clearly, we have some challenges ahead of us, all of us. And this is a sobering day for me personally as the Public Works Director to have this presentation made. So just got a lot of work to do and look forward to the challenge. Deborah, thank you again for your time and certainly expertise and a very worthwhile presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Scott.
So I think we'll just move on to my presentation. It's going to be relatively short. And then we can get into individual questions if you have any. Basically, I'm just going to go over, and you've seen this presentation once before. I modified it a little bit to just focus on discretionary funding. And the bottom sentence there, or the bottom point on this particular slide says the recommended total budget for the road department is $37 million. And a lot of people will say, well, wait a second, how is that possible? And how are our roads so bad? And the reason for that is most of that, a very large percentage of that, are grant funds. We've been very successful in highway bridge program money and other programs to bring in project-specific funding. The challenge that we have is there are not very many programs, and there are very few programs that provide discretionary funding that you can use for maintenance and pavement rehabilitation and pavement preservation. There aren't programs for that. The majority of the funding, go ahead and to the next one, please. the majority of the funding that is discretionary for the road department is broken down there. The majority of it is gasoline tax. And those are broken down. HUDA, the Highway User Tax Account, is the gas tax prior to SB1. There are a couple of programs with HUDA. SB1 was enacted around 2018-19 and added additional gas tax. It was fairly controversial. There was an effort to repeal it that failed. And then we do get a little bit of federal gas tax that's shown there and miscellaneous fees. I put property taxes down. We projected this year, and by the way, these numbers are out of this year's budget. It hasn't been presented yet, but these are the numbers from this year's budget. 1.15 million in property tax. I know all of you must get the phone call that says, I pay my property taxes, because we get that call a lot as well. The percentage of property tax that the road department gets is 0.012% of property tax. I did just a little bit of math. If you have a $3,000 property tax, $3,000 a year in property taxes, you're paying the road department $36. $36 doesn't go very far. And so the lion's share of our revenue is through the gas tax.
So,
We switched screen.
yeah, okay, yeah. So
Sorry.
can you go back to the last slide real quick? Oh. So that 9.5 million, that's going to be new revenue for this year?
That's the projected discretionary revenue for this year.
Okay. So higher than the 4.5 than we were looking at.
So when we were working with Deborah and her group, and she asked, what do you think you can spend a year? I used 4.5 million, and that's going to be, and you're going to see another slide here that's going to help explain that. But I used 4.5 million, and it's going to be, part of that is just discretionary funding, and then some of that's also going to be road crew force account work being done on the roads.
Okay.
Okay. This slide represents the bare minimum expenses for the road department. So you've got the division salaries. The overhead is broken down into a number of things. Our DPW administration, insurance and admin charge, that's your A86 number that we get charged. Rents and leases, that's our expenses for our equipment through the ISF, and then maintenance materials is just about $780,000 for total expenditures of roughly 6.3 million. Go ahead to the next one. So you subtract those two and you have about 3.2 million of discretionary funding available for pavement rehabilitation projects. So when I used 4.5, what I did is I added some money to that number for county road crews performing work on the roads. Okay? So that's where that 4.5 came from. I guess the bottom line is we're trying to hold this system together. This winter was extremely difficult, as everyone in the county experienced. Inordinate amount of rainfall and snowfall, a lot of moisture on the roads. We're still patching potholes, and we will be most of the summer while we're trying to prepare for other projects. But on the bright side, and I am an optimist, we have a 10-year plan. I just received 8 or 9 proposals from engineering consulting firms that are interested in preparing plans and specifications for us and our projects. What I want to do is have those plans and specifications developed using the 10-year plan, and not so much from which area is going to go first, because some of that's going to move around a little bit. But some of the work that Deborah didn't really talk about was the work that she and her crew did to determine what is the most cost-effective method for rehabilitating those roads. So there's a lot of information in the work that she's done that doesn't show up on that map. And what I want to do is have those plans and specifications put together for the entire 10 years. And that way, when funding opportunities become available through, seems like just about every time we change presidents, they want to outdo the previous one, and so they make some federal money available, and we're seeing that. And as you all know, Congressman Thompson reaches out and he asks us, do you have projects that I could put in for funding? Having those plans and specs is going to be a major step forward. And we're actually going to turn the corner from being reactionary to actually having plans for things for the future. I cannot sit here and tell you that this is going to solve all the problems, because it's not. But it is a step in the right direction. It is a change in the direction that the department has historically operated in, and that is a reactionary and react to problems. And what this is going to do is give us an opportunity to start looking forward and working towards solutions and better roads.
So what's the timeline for having those plans completed?
Well, I plan to put a project out to bid next summer, for construction next summer. So next year. So you look at that map and it says 2023. We're technically going to start the 10-year plan in 2024. A lot of the roads that were in year one are being worked on by county forces this year. So 2024 construction season, my intent is to have a large construction project put out to bid, and we're going to start this process.
So, and that'll be the year two then? Okay. So then what's the strategy for closing that funding gap?
Well, I think we're going to need some help. There are local things that can be done. Deborah talked about the city of Clear Lake passing a measure. There may be some room in our sales tax, our local sales tax, to help bridge that gap. I think the use of our county forces as much as possible to help with this project and help with these roads will be beneficial. We utilized some federal dollars this year to upgrade our chip seal cart, our chip cart. And we're going to plan to do about 20 miles of chip seal this year. So we're going to make every effort we can.
Okay, we had seen, it goes in the work plan, that there were different funding opportunities with the federal government and other grant programs. And you and I had a conversation about that yesterday. So who's going to be monitoring that and applying for those grants to close the gap?
Yeah, so great question. For those of you who sit on the APC, we have a wonderful consultant that is works with the APC, and they are a transportation consultant. They work very, very well, and they have helped us on numerous projects. And we're going to lean on them, and we have been leaning on them. I just mentioned the CRISA funds that were made available. They helped us through that process and helped us through getting those funds and being able to buy that chip cart. And so we're going to utilize our consultant with the APC for a lot of this.
Vice Chair Simon?
Yeah. You know, we've been looking at this for a while, sitting here on the board for 6 years, and we've been talking about the road conditions since day one. Yeah, those numbers are shocking. This is the second time I had to witness it also from the LTA and the APC meeting. But having a plan, I think that's the most important thing. Every year, as you talked about, all right, let's take a bite each year and figure out how we can help move things forward. I think you've already mentioned a little bit about, potential opportunity for some type of a tax measure. Don't know what that looks like, but obviously needs to be in the conversation. Congressman Thompson for boots on the ready, project ready, shovel ready projects being able to be submitted, I think, are the process. So having the plan, I know it's a big lift, but having this plan is going to be important. It's going to take all of us to really, figuring out where we can go and how we're going to move this forward. I think the double chip seal stuff that's in here in the report and the chip seal is very important to be realistic about things. But there aren't no simple answers on this one. There really isn't. But having a plan and understanding where we're going is real important. The other thing too, just looking at what was provided is we need to do something or we'll be failed here pretty soon. And, we've got a lot of work to do. So us supporting Public Works and having the plan together is going to be real important and a big hill to climb. I wish there was a simple answer, but there isn't. But having the plan is a start. We're talking to our advisory councils throughout the county, understanding the road conditions that each and one of our folks drive on, and a lot of them are failed, especially in the rural areas. So figuring out how we're moving forward it's going to be a heavy lift. So glad we have a plan that we're trying to move forward here.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. So just to clarify, I think the work plan we're being asked to approve today in the program update is scenario 2. That would stop the free fall of our PCI and kind of flatline our deferred maintenance and eventually get our PCI to 40 after 10 years. So that's the scenario, that's the plan we're being asked to adopt, right? But if I hear correctly, what we don't have in that plan is funding adequate anywhere close. No identified source of funding or sources of funding that comes anywhere close to giving us the ability to actually be proactive and fulfill the plan. So that's a disconnect when when your reach is that high, but your budget is there. Should we really be adopting that proactive plan, knowing that absent something happening, we won't be able to implement that plan? But to your point, if that gives us some projects that get a little farther down the pipeline and helps us identify those future funding sources, I'm okay with that. But the funding gap ain't going to fill itself. I don't know if you would know the answer if the consultant is still with this, but City of Lakeport also had a sales tax measure, but their PCI is projected to go down. So is there a difference in the tax rate that the city of Clear Lake and Lakeport is getting? And is there any explanation for the disparity? I know Clear Lake had a bunch of unpaved roads. Obviously, their index is going to go way up. But I was curious that if the purported solution might be a sales tax measure, for example, why the 2 examples we have already in place, Clear Lake and Lakeport, showed different trends in their PCI.
I don't have a specific answer to that. I can surmise a couple of things. There's a difference between the sales tax measures. One was a special tax. Clear Lakes was a special tax, and those dollars have to go to transportation. And I'm pretty sure that the City of Lakeport's tax was a general tax. So there could be a difference there.
Right. And also the street inventory is very different between the cities. So not going to make or break as far as today's adoption of this plan, but I do note that it doesn't, even those things, they can be difficult to pass, and then they don't get everything done. So kudos to Clear Lake again, but maybe there's a slightly different example in Lakeport.
One of the
Supervisor
things
Crandall?
with, I'm sorry, let me just add one last little point to that. One of the, when an agency adopts a special tax specific to transportation, you're now eligible for a special pot of funds that SB1 created. And it's, I mean, it's, frankly, it's to reward those local agencies that go out and get a special tax approved. And there's just a handful of counties and cities in the state that have those special taxes. And again, they are eligible for a special fund through SB1. So there's a benefit to it. Certainly, there's a risk to trying to do a special tax, but there is a benefit to it.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, no, thank you for the presentation. I understand. In listening to it, also from the perspective of the PCI and ensuring that it's done in a way where it'll increase as opposed to just working on it incrementally, like having like looking at it from the same perspective like our area plans, when we're like whose was done last or whatever the case may be. The only thing is I want to make sure that we can kind of elaborate on that, because I know like in some of the town halls, there was in the 5-year plan, there was I guess the way that it was written out year-wise, so that I know that in these town halls, there's going to be questions about what changed about the years and whatnot. So I don't know if you can elaborate, because I know that it's an explanation in the report, but I just want to be able to have a better answer as well.
Yeah, we basically reversed the order. The 5-year plan, the plan was a clockwise rotation, and it started in the North Shore, and we reversed the rotation. And partly because we've got roads in the Cobb and Middletown area that were significantly damaged as in the fires and fire suppression and fire cleanup, and you know, those roads are almost unpassable, and we're trying to promote people moving back and rebuilding, and the roads are in very, very poor condition. So we reversed the rotation.
I see. And I also heard you state that they may change. They won't, this isn't really necessarily set, they may change, but the bottom line is the plan being passed in general. So
yes,
I just want that to be, you know, out there, so there's a knowledge of it when some of the folks are thinking that the North Shore is first or whatever the case may be. So yeah, but I do understand the need for Cobb, especially with the situation with their roads, right?
And when I say the plan may change, we have so many moving parts trying to deliver a project. And I'll just give you an example. We have utility companies that have plans to rebuild water infrastructure or sewer infrastructure, or PG&E installing underground power. We have to work and balance all of those so that we don't run into the situation where we repave a road and now they're either subject to a 5-year moratorium, which we're working on, or the road is getting torn up after we've rebuilt it. That's just tip of the iceberg of the things that we're dealing with when we're trying to deliver projects like that.
Right.
Yeah, so thanks for asking all those questions and bringing up my points for me. Yeah, the Cobb roads that were burned in the Valley Fire are year 3, and as we discussed yesterday, they're not all specifically called out on the map. So I want everyone to know that's listening, all the roads that were burned will be part of that project. However, we do have PG&E undergrounding, and we do have the water company consolidation projects continuing. So it does have to be a collaborative effort. But once we have the plan adopted, then we can show these partners, this is where we plan to do the work. You know, can you get it done before we start the road project? Or, you know, do we have to move things around? What's realistic? Because the 5-year moratorium that you're talking about, is if a utility company has to cut into a road that's within 5 years old, they have to return it to the standard that it was before. And that's going to be difficult too. So we want to avoid that. We don't want to cut into any more new roads.
Absolutely. And you make a great point. And for those folks who are either here in the room or watching this, and they don't see their road in the list of roads or on the map, this is a planning document. It's more identifying regions. Those roads will get picked up as part of the design process. And for that matter, there are roads that have very low volume and people are questioning why are you going to do that road? There's nothing on it. We'll make those adjustments.
And I remember we talked about that once in Upper Lake because there was some roads and it was just the plan that was written out, even though the road, you had explained that road wouldn't have been addressed. Right. And so some of them just aren't known by the group doing the map. And so, yeah, I remember that topic of discussion at one time as well.
Okay. Sure.
One last thing, and just reading this, obviously taking it in for the second time too, Scott. As we're telling the narrative and the story here too, on the report, is there any way to incorporate, and maybe I missed it, and you can correct me if I did, this is really part of a recovery plan. You talked about it after the devastating fires we've had since the Valley Fire, starting each year in the recovery process. That somewhere in our 10-year plan here that we really do a good job of laying that out too, because we want to use it not only as, yes, this is our road maintenance plan as we're moving forward, but for 5, 6, 7 years, it was devastated by fires throughout the county, the recovery processes. Because I know in the beginning after the Valley Fire, the county did a lot of conversating with FEMA and others to look at road monies to rehabilitate after the fires. We kind of got stonewalled on some of those requests. And that's the reality of it. But using this plan too to say, hey, yep, it's a road index of the PCI that we currently need to do on the regular maintenance, but it's also part of the recovery process we're still engaged in here in Lake County after the devastating fires. So you can correct me if it's not laid out in there, but I think we need to do that because when we're talking to the federal agencies, Congressman Thompson, look at that. This is still a part of recovery of what we've had to deal with from those devastating fires. So I don't know if that helps at all, but I think it needs to be laid out in this 10-year plan, because 8 years from now, if we're very successful, that's going to fade away, or even 5. But I think it needs to be a part of that conversation when we're looking at these huge funding gaps, because it's a recovery process.
Okay. Yeah.
And I don't
know how we can, the point is a real good one, and I think where we'll really be able to use that leverage is in those applications for special funding, to make that argument that, this just isn't a maintenance project that we're wanting to do, this is a recovery. And that application or that narrative to the Congress or whoever we're asking for those special funds, that's where that argument's going to, I think, have the most impact.
Yeah. And we had a conversation not that long ago about coming in January at the first of the calendar year and talking about this, because a plan is not very helpful if it sits on a shelf. So coming and having this board discussion, the beginning of the calendar year, what is the plan for this year? What are the funding opportunities? What do we need to look for? How can we all work together to close that gap for the year? And so that's going to be a really important part of the strategy to make sure that it's living and that we can get to implementation.
Yes.
Okay, so now we'll open it up for the public. Do we have anybody in the chambers that would like to come up and speak on this? Got a few people. You can state your name and you will have 3 minutes.
I'm Bill Grudy. I'm the president of the Buckingham Homeowners Association, and I just want to say that we were, on the good news side, we're very happy to see Soda Bay Road in the 2024 plan. It's one of the red streets, but as I tell my folks about it tonight at our meeting, I'd like to just get some sense of what is the likelihood of those red roads being addressed on schedule in 2024. Just based on your knowledge of revenue sources, I understand the shortfall and how difficult it is and the challenges that you all face, but what is your sense? What would you tell our people about the prospect of seeing Soda Bay Road, not Soda Bay Road, Little Borax Road resurfaced or repaired? It's a big concern in our community.
Well, let me answer it without an answer, and that would be, we're looking at area, community-wide projects and programs. And, you know, you're asking about a specific road.
Well, I could broaden out the red roads, because there are red roads in Soda Bay as well as Little Borax.
So,
but that's something.
Our plan is to stick to that. I mean, my plan is to stick to that 10-year plan. We're going to put plans and specs together for these projects, and when we put the plans and specs together, one of the things that the consultants will do is they're going to give us a construction estimate, and we're going to look at available funding, and if we've got the money to build the project, then we're going to put it out to bid, and we're going to try to build it.
And it's red before green?
Well, that's where we're looking, yes. You know, I just mentioned that, you know, Cobb Mountain is frankly is in much worse shape. So, you know, and I think we need to be looking at that area as well.
Yeah, I just think as we look at it, translating it, you know, the numbers are one thing, but we look 10 years down the road at present funding levels, Little Borax Road becomes impassable, and all of a sudden the other two roads in our community that have been identified become like Soda Bay, like Little Borax Road. So just, well.
Yep.
Okay. Anyway, you know what our thoughts are. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Jason Weston. I live on Hendricks Road out in Scotts Valley, and there is currently a project going on with PG&E replacing the telephone poles. And in the areas where Hendricks Road is good, it's fine. They replace the pole and that's fine. In the places where Hendricks Road is marginal, their heavy trucks are causing really significant damage to the road. And I'm concerned about that, not just about on our road, but really everywhere PG&E is doing this. And I'm concerned that we're going to see a serious degradation in road quality throughout the county, anywhere where they're doing this work. Where roads are marginal, they're going to get much worse. And my question is, are you aware of this? Are you working with PG&E on it? Are you like taking pictures of the roads before and after, so to ensure that they repair, like get the roads at least back to where they were before they started their work?
The answer to all those is yes, yes, and yes. We've been working with PG&E for some time now. They have a number of permits with us. We're very aware of the work they're doing out on in Scotts Valley and on Hendricks, and we're spending a lot of time with PG&E and trying to get their road rehabilitation up to snuff. So yeah, and they've been responsive, I will say that. But we've got a lot of work to do with them to get their work up to snuff. So we're working on it.
Yeah.
But we're very aware of it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this PCI and I'm thinking everywhere they go, it's going to go down unless something is done to restore those roads as they get damaged.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, we're very aware of their plans and working with them pretty extensively. And when I say that, and I'm kind of smiling because of the hours that we have spent. It's been a lot. We have staff that's pretty diligent and in the field every day working with their crews.
I can only imagine PG&E is on my property more than I ever imagined. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate the question.
And Scott, I don't know how you want to respond to this, but we've got some public watching about the Gulf Road area where the undergrounding project impacted the roads and what the plan is for that. I get
Yeah,
that question a lot.
We've asked them to completely rebuild those roads. They've damaged them to the point where they need to be rebuilt. There's no trench paving, no trench patch. Those roads need to be rebuilt. So we've told that to them, and they're working on it.
Yep.
I don't have a date. I don't know when they're going to do that, but they've been put on notice that that's what our expectations are.
Great, thank you. Come on up.
I'm Kathy Andre with the Riviera Heights Homeowners Association. I'm learning here, so I just have a question. We're very fortunate, several of the HOAs, that our roads are in very good shape. What happens over a 10-year program? Are they maintained at all during those 10 years? Or at the end of 10 years, do we drop down to a 5 and have to start all over again? How does that part work?
So the quick answer is yes, your roads will continue to be maintained.
Okay.
One of the things that Deborah pointed out was, roads that are in good condition cost much less to maintain than they do once they've gotten in poor condition. So we're mindful of that. We do chip seal projects on roads that are in good shape. Some of the roads that we're doing chip seal on, we're doing a lot of other subsurface or full depth reclamation type work to deal with roads that have gotten too far. But the chip seal is the cheapest thing that we have for surfacing a road. And so roads that are in decent shape, we'll come back and resurface those. We generally do that every 7 to 9 years. So we keep an eye on your roads and know about how long it's been since any surfacing's been done, and we'll be back in there.
All right. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Kees Winkelman. This is for you. I was in the understanding when they did the new water line on the Summit subdivision up on Cobb, that FEMA had about $250,000 allocated for repaving that roads. Do you know what happened with that money, or did we lost that, or do you have any update on?
What was the project that you?
On the Summit estate?
The Summit neighborhood with and there was funding, there was FEMA funding, but there was such a long time period till that work got done with the water pipeline in the Pine Summit area. You and I have been talking about this for years.
So
And is
Supervisor,
that money still available?
Yeah, no, it's not.
Oh, it's
And let me tell you, just give you a real quick history here. 2015, we had the Valley Fire come through and destroy everything in the roads, and we wrote up roads for damages. And FEMA initially gave us money for the repair of roads in the field. Their field personnel wrote those up. Once those reports made it back to a headquarters in Virginia or somewhere, they said, well, no, you can't rebuild roads you can't use FEMA money to rebuild roads. And the reason for that, their argument was, if you rebuild the road, the pavement condition will be better than what it was prior to the fire. Mm-hmm. and that's considered a betterment, which they won't allow. And frankly, there's no way to repair a road back to, if it's a PCI of 50, and now it's been damaged and it's a PCI of 25, there's no way to repair it back to 50. When you repair it, it's going to be a new road, and FEMA considered that a betterment. Supervisor Simon mentioned that, we kind of created some policy, and we did. Every fire that happened in California after the Valley Fire, FEMA was very, very shrewd, and they came right out and said, we're not giving them money for pavement repairs.
Oh, okay.
And that report, that damage report, was actually done by mistake. And because of the delay between the delay while we were waiting for the water company to get their water lines in, because we didn't want to repave the road and then have it torn up by the water project, FEMA used that delay as the reason to deny the report.
And there's no way getting back to them. Okay. No. Thank you.
Yeah, so we got to set precedent. Come on up.
John Moss. I do have questions. I appreciate the road people that are patching Wildcat Road. And I think that all the heavy equipment that has been on our roads, and they're still taking down the trees to avoid a fire. And I'm questioning the tree mortality program, and I'm questioning the underground roads that are going in thanks to PG&E. Where is the money going to come from, and what kind of road devastation will that bring to us? Or is Caltrans taking care of that? Caltrans is involved, and the state is also taking care of the roads. And some of the bridges that we get are given to us. The funding for the bridges come from the federal government. Are you mentioning all the bridges that you've built? Is that from the roads, or is that a different category? Thank you. It gets very confusing after a while.
I'm actually a little confused by the question. But
there's a couple of things there. First of all, he did mention that his staff is monitoring the areas where PG&E is working, but on Wildcat, they're doing tree work, but they still have their big trucks there. They're not undergrounding the roads, they're undergrounding the wires in certain areas, and they're not doing that on Wildcat at this time. Caltrans is responsible for state highways. Public Works is responsible for county roads. And I think that...
Bridges, yes, we have replaced and done a lot of bridge work with federal highway bridge program money. It's called HBP, Highway Bridge, and it's federal dollars.
Okay. Any other public comment? I'm not seeing any in the chambers or in the Zoom room. So we'll close that and bring it back to the board. We do have action on this item, which is good.
So question for staff, is it is it two motions or one? Can we do it? Because it looks like we're approving the adoption of the plan update, and then we're also approving the 10-year pavement rehab plan itself. It looks like I can do it in a single motion.
And either way.
All right. There's no further comment. Honorable Chair, I move to approve the adoption of the 2022 County Pavement Management Plan update and the 10-year pavement rehabilitation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. And then,
Can we do 5.13?
well, we've got also 7.3.
I would recommend, if you have time, if you wish, to do 5.13.
Okay.
And 7.3, since you have Director DeLeon in the seat.
Let's do 7.3 and then we'll do 5.13. You're here. What?
Clover Creek.
Clover Creek. Okay, 7.3, consideration of resolution approving agreement for the purchase of the right-of-way for the bridge replacement project on First Street over Clover Creek and authorizing the Director of Public Works to execute the purchase agreements on behalf of the County of Lake. Director De Leon.
Thank you. Well, as the memo describes, we're in the process of pursuing right-of-way for a bridge replacement project. And in order to kind of streamline this process, we've requested that you approve the agreements for the purchase of the right-of-way and then allow me to perform the paperwork for that. I think there's three or four parcels there that we're working on. And happy to try to answer any questions.
Okay. Do you have anything, Supervisor Crandall?
No.
Anything from the public on this item? Okay, I will bring it back to the board for action.
I offer the resolution.
The resolution's been offered.
All right, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
And Supervisor Pyska?
Yes. Okay. Now we can get to 5.13. Adopt resolution to establish a list of projects proposed to be funded in fiscal year 2023-2024 pursuant to the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017. This is a Public Works item pulled by Supervisor Green.
Yeah, thank you. I only pulled this for a reason. It's good news. I was excited to see the list of projects includes Hendricks Road, but as of last night, I didn't know it was there because I haven't read everything in the agenda thing. So the speaker who on the previous item is part of our Scotts Valley Advisory Council, and I met with the council last night, and they wanted me to share some information with the board, so I just want to read this into the record. That the Advisory Council wished to notify the Board of Supervisors that PG&E is severely damaging already marginalized roads, and Hendricks Road in particular, and we need Public Works to do an immediate inspection of road conditions to establish a baseline, basically to ensure PG&E leaves the road at least as good condition as when they started work, and if they don't do a good job, to assess any discernible damage on top of what's already out there. So I'm sharing that because the council asked me to do that. You've already heard from Mr. Weston, and he may wish to comment on this again. I did drive across Hendricks. I did see some problems. I didn't see it to be consistent across all the work sites. It's also, I guess they're calling the pole hardening, so it's different from a undergrounding project. We do have some undergrounding up on Laurel Dell, which is a different discussion that may involve some pavement rehab. But the happy news is in this agenda item, it looks like all of Hendricks Road, or a good chunk of it, is already up for a rehab project. So it's possible that when PG&E coordinates with your department, they may have known that. So if there was some damage done, at least there appears to be a silver lining to that, in that does appear to be on track for pavement this year. So if there was anything you wanted to add about the length of that project, I don't know if it was the whole length. It sounds like it will basically take care of anything PG&E did on this pole hardening thing. I know there are other stretches of road in Scotts Valley that may have a mix of pole hardening or undergrounding or stuff like that. So, but this agenda item just creates a list of projects for SB1 funding this year, and Hendricks Road is on that list. So I did want to take care of the council expressing their concerns, as was stated again by Mr. Weston here, and read that into the record. But the good news is, here I am half a day later, and I get to say, hey, they're paving Hendricks Road. How about that?
Yeah, well, that's included in our chip seal project that we're doing out on Scotts Valley Road, Hendricks, and several other roads in that region. rigs and others. So that project will get done, and we are working with PG&E. And yes, they are doing some underground work on Scotts Valley, and so our project, we're doing everything we can to calendar around their work. We cannot go out and do the work and then have them tear into it. So we're working very closely with PG&E to get their work done before our work gets done.
Okay. So similar on a previous item, maybe you see a road on a project list, but maybe there's some other affiliated projects that come on when you actually do the work. So on this particular thing, I just saw Hendricks Road, but you mentioned there may be some chip sealing on Scotts Valley too. So is there a way, and it doesn't have to happen today, but is there a way we can, for example, in Scotts Valley, just get a list of upcoming projects so that we can share with our community councils, and I assume the other soups might be interested. I know you have like massive spreadsheets of projects and stuff like that, so it may be a little hard to follow all the bouncing balls. But clearly before they passed this little request last night, if I had known in advance that, and if they had known in advance that Hendricks Road was on the list to be paved this year, and if we had some additional information about other parts of the valley, then, you know, we can kill two birds with one stone. You can appear to be proactive with the community, and we can communicate those things in advance of the work getting done. So I know PG&E is doing some outreach on the undergrounding. I don't know that the outreach happened with the pole hardening at all. And it's hard for you to follow the bouncing balls too, but maybe in the future, if we can maybe distill down just to look, here's what's happening in Scotts Valley this year, so it isn't a mystery to them or to me. So.
Yep.
And then I think that's the only comments. I guess we'll go to public comment, and then it looks like there's a resolution to offer.
Yeah, that's why we've got the plan now, so we know. And we continue to meet with PG&E several times a year. They sort of let us know what they're doing. But now we have the plan, they have to work within our projections.
We're meeting with them almost about every other week.
Yeah. Okay, any public comment on this issue? Okay. Then we'll bring it back to the board for action.
For the resolution?
Resolution's been offered.
Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
And Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And we have item 7.2, consideration of appointment to the North Coast Opportunities Governing Board. Appointing Jeff Lucas to fill the space of elected appointment. So just hoping you can explain this.
So the, Madam Chair, the recommended action is to appoint Jeff Lucas to serve on the North Coast Opportunities Governing Board for a 2-year term. This isn't a board-appointed committee. It's actually its own governing board that was created as a community action agency, and there's a set of statutes and regulations that dictate formation, the appointments of that. Staff also looked at the bylaws of that board, and bylaws are pretty specific as far as the appointing authority and the manner of appointment, which is done by the NCO governing board, and no other organization appoints it. So that is not in line with what's being requested here as far as your board, County Board of Supervisors appointing them. So there are other potential points of clarification that I think may need some follow-up with consisting of further discussions between staff and the NCO governing board that relates to this appointment. So one option for your board would be to continue this matter to the next board meeting to obtain those clarification points.
Okay, Yes, I do remember having those conversations, and with travel this week, I think it's probably best to continue this if we have consensus to do that. Okay. And then we've got our pulled item 5.7.
Yes, Matthew will be on or in to speak to that.
This is A, approved letter of endorsement for the 211 Ventura County to remain provider of our 211 services for Lake County and maintain continuous service, and authorize the chair to sign, and B, authorize the CAO or her designee to submit CPUC application documents for 211 service. CAO Parker or? Yes. Matthew?
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Matthew Rothstein, Deputy County Administrative Officer. Sorry for a bit of delay there. As your board is aware, 211 is an information and referral service where people can access public information by phone, text message, or by visiting 211lake.org. In 2019, Lake was one of several previously unserved California counties that partnered with the CPUC and Interface Children and Family Services 211 Ventura County to implement disaster-only 211, funded by 2016's SB 1212. Since early 2020, 211 service has been continuously available in Lake County due to the COVID-19 emergency. Our next step to maintain 211 service is filing an application with the California Public Utilities Commission in collaboration with Ventura County, which staff is in the process of doing. Your board's support is needed in the form of a letter of endorsement. And late yesterday, our partners from 211 Ventura County requested some minor modifications to the letter posted with your board's agenda. And I believe Johanna is displaying those now, if you can show all markup. So there are just a couple of paragraphs that are added. The title of the letter is now endorsement of full 211 service for Lake County, and it also clarifies that the County of Lake will be serving as the lead agency with 211 Ventura County implementing the service. And that is typical. That's more or less what has been happening with our disaster-only implementation to this point. So it's just moving forward with a full service application. Staff recommends your board approve the letter of endorsement as amended and authorize the chair to sign. And further, we recommend your board authorize CAO Parker or her designee to submit all appropriate CPUC application documents in collaboration with 211 Ventura County.
Okay, do we have questions from the board? Okay, questions from the public? There's no one in the chambers. I'll check the Zoom room. We do have a hand up. Betsy Kahn, you can unmute and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one question, which is where is the money going to come from? The cost of providing this service?
So, Ms. Khan, I can't speak to that specifically at this time. That will be allocated during the budget process, but I can tell you that I've been in communication with Stephen Carter, and that he's assured me that the funding is available. And the cost going through Ventura County 211 is actually quite substantially lower than one may anticipate. The annual fee for full service is $24,000. So just wanted to pass along that information that I do have, and hope that that's helpful as a start.
If I may, I have one more question, and that is who will maintain the inputs to the 211 database from Lake County? Who will do that?
And I'm assuming you're referring to what county staff would contribute?
Someone has to make sure that the contents of the database are maintained and up to date.
Yes.
From Lake County. Someone here has to do that.
Right. So the expectation is that there will be quarterly meetings that will take place with a number of management staff. In the past, when we did our last update, there were staff from the health services, behavioral health departments, social services department, and others. And it's not a tremendous time commitment, but what our partners with Ventura County 211 are advising is that it'll be important that there are folks that are kind of continually paying attention to what new programs emerge and kind of pass that information along to 211 on an ongoing basis as possible.
And then
Thank you
we
so
have
much.
emergency information that comes up. We can act quickly to get those updates.
Yes, exactly. And in an emergency situation, there's a little different process, and the county's Office of Emergency Services would still, as has been the case with our disaster only, make a decision whether or not 211 will be activated for that purpose, and then provide information directly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then I will close public input and bring it back to the board for action.
Move we approve the letter of endorsement as amended and authorize the chair to sign and two for motion, and also authorize the CAO or her designee to submit appropriate CPUC application documents in collaboration with 211 Ventura County.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes, and we can do our 7.1 Supervisors Weekly Calendars, Travel and Reports. Who wants to start?
I can go first.
Okay.
A debriefing vision tonight, debriefing of the visioning forum tonight. Tomorrow I got the Army Corps coming for a Middle Creek restoration tour. And then I'll be going to an event for Tribal Health, to honor one is to honor all. Thursday, EPA meeting with my NACO leadership. Blue Ribbon Committee, I'm not sure. Is that a committee? Is that? Yeah,
it's quarterly.
Yeah, I mean, I can make it if we'll both be going, right? Either way. Yeah. So either way on that. Recreation, JPA, Clogba, Clear Lake Oaks, Glen Haven Business Association. Friday, NACO leadership course, and that's all I have. I thought I put more on here, but that's just what I have. So. Just to report out from last week, Russian River Water Forum took place last week, and the Lake Pillsbury Alliance was allowed a seat at the table after that meeting due to our letter, so that was good. More to come on that. And then my event this weekend in Lucerne, the Clash Against Trash, went really well. It was full at the 12:30 time frame, so a lot of folks from the town were able to bring enough garbage, and it was very successful, so really happy about that. That's all I have.
Okay, down here.
I was in Eureka last week to go to North Coast EMS. It was nice seeing people in person, and just as point of information, that agency will be assisting in some fashion. Del Norte County is desiring to put out an RFP for ambulance service in their county. They have a sole source provider right now. They want to take a look at some options. That's going to be a heavy lift for them, and it may be a heavy lift for the EMS agency a little bit. Scoping those things, ranking them, and just some of the tires we've been kicking here in Lake County suggests that that's going to be kind of a big undertaking for them, but they are doing it, so just point of information. I was also able to attend a Humboldt County Planning Commission meeting that evening and got to watch even a little baby cannabis project get pulled from consent agenda, and they had to kick the tires on that, so that was fun to watch. I was able to meet with some county staff and talk about things cannabis. I was able the next morning to run up to Cal Poly Humboldt. It's hard to say that. That's the name now. But it was Humboldt State when I knew about it. They have a lovely research library there, and I dove into what I'm calling the Clausen files. He was a congressman about 50 years ago representing Lake County, and there's some archival material about some water projects that were emerging at that time or not emerging, including what was then proposed as the Scotts Valley Dam. So I got some scans. I haven't gone through them all, but I'll be sharing them with staff and anybody who's anybody I can share them with, just because it's fascinating. We're talking about things today that they were talking about 50 years ago, with some of the same volume and some of the same frustration. And so it's very interesting to see that the more things change, the more they stay the same. I don't have much other than that. Meeting with CAO Parker on Monday. See, she's back in town, so that's good.
Well,
And
actually,
that's,
we're off on Monday.
Yeah, we're off on Monday.
what? I don't even get to do that. All right, 3-day weekend. Cool. Thank you.
Okay, finishing up the board meeting today. Man, things are moving right along. Last week, attended the State Board of Fire Services. Also, I was scheduled to go on the Calpine tour, but I attended a Sonoma State graduation. One of our tribal youth graduated through the Indigenous Native American Studies Master's Program. So it was last minute notice, but I went and attended that, Trelesa Barada, which was very exciting and very empowering for the Native folks that graduated through that program through Sonoma State. On Saturday, annual chili cook-off. I want to just thank the Middletown Senior Center and all the volunteers. Had a great program there. Good turnout, a lot of people all day, but a great fundraiser for them. I want to thank, obviously congratulate Kuntz Mercantile. Kuntz, they come in, they've won a couple years now since they've done it. So, and, one of the unique things about the community is, yeah, it's $1,000 winner, but the Kuntz usually donates it right back, which is really cool to the community operation. So I want to thank everybody who participated. Everyone went out there and volunteered, so that was a good thing. And then Monday, had a meeting with constituents in the morning about some large projects down in my area. And then in the afternoon, we had to have a special RRA meeting to approve a USDA grant opportunity.
Letter of support.
Letter of support, yeah, that's right. Letter of support for the grant application. So, continuing on those endeavors, it is a challenge, obviously, with some of the rule changes, making sure we get all of our quorum met, but we're moving through that. Hopefully there will be a change at the state level, but that's something hopefully we can champion to at least have the conversation. On Saturday, I have the tree mortality. Wednesday, actually, I'll be in Sacramento attending an event for the only Native American Assembly member, James Ramos. I'm going to go to an event for him on Wednesday. And then Thursday, back here in the county. Friday, we're back on with the CAO in the morning to have that call. This weekend, have a couple of different events, but they're, all family stuff. There's a wedding, also a graduation party. Monday, Memorial Day, we'll be doing the annual Memorial Day event. We should be joining with former Supervisor Comstock, where we read all the names for the Middletown Cemetery, all of our fallen veterans that are buried there, and also for the Middletown Rancheria. It's a great ceremony to honor everyone on that day, and I know there's a lot of events going around the county, Avenue of Flags, other things that are happening, so thanking everyone for their service. Following week is kind of clear. We're not back here until the 6th, and we'll be back here for the board meeting on June 6th.
The Calpine tour was awesome. It was so great to have our staff out there learning and seeing and getting excited about what happens. And he had to miss the PG&E meeting, but did you attend it?
Yeah, I attended it. It was.
I looked at the slide deck.
I can send you I can send you more of the slide deck in my notes if you like.
Okay. Saturday, I was at the I did that Sunday. Saturday, I was at cleaning up the pool at Pine Summit, getting ready for the season. Sunday, I was at the Buckingham Test and Tune. vintage speedboats and classic cars. And then the Lake County Historical Society had their annual picnic at Eli, so I was there. And then yesterday, we had another meeting with the group putting together that Inflation Reduction Act grant proposal, trying to get it all tweaked and ready to go. Then we had the RRA special meeting, got that letter of support signed. Tomorrow, agenda review for not happening. But I'm going to go to the Build graduation at Ripe Choice, a Build program that we've been supporting through our ARPA funding. I have a call with a constituent. I'm working on my speech for an upcoming event. Thursday is super exciting. We are having our Cal OES home hardening on-site tour where we're going to be looking at the houses and working on the kind of fine-tuning the assessment tools. And then we have the Recreation JPA meeting in the afternoon, that's City of Clear Lake. And then California Women in Ag having their social at the Ripe Choice in the evening. Friday morning, benefit zone update, true mortality task force meeting. And the afternoon, our hazard tree discussion with staff. I have a retirement party at Cobb School, and then I'm going to be giving the commencement speech at Woodland College in the evening. Saturday and Sunday, I'm going to be out at Six Sigma because there's another race happening. Monday, Memorial Day. Tuesday, there is a small event at the Kelseyville Brewing Company for Mike Riley, who I dedicated a moment of silence to a few weeks ago. The 31st agenda review will be back on. We've got graduations that week, which is so exciting. June 1st is when the Pear Festival Farmed Fork Dinner tickets go on sale. That's a big day. Those tickets sell out almost immediately. We will have our leadership meeting with Supervisor Crandall and CAO and Director Portney. Friday, last day of school. Graduations and all kinds of things happening that weekend. Then on the 5th, our meeting will come back, CAO Parker, and then back here on June 6th for our next meeting. Okay, so that completes.
I'm sorry, I missed one. And
Sure.
Lower Lake Days is happening Sunday, the parade for Lower Lake Days. I know it went through everything, so I think myself as Supervisor Sabatier will be announcing, but Lower Lake Days, their street fair that they'll be going on that day, come down and enjoy it. So Lower Lake Days is kind of kicking it off, and then I think Lakeport here too, right, as a memorial. Is that this weekend? Thought I saw something out at the coffee thing out here. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so that does it for our open session items. We have we have another item that is open session 6.6 at 3:30 p.m., which we'll come back here for that. But we do have two closed session items that maybe we can get to before the 3:30 time. Eight 8.1, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and 8.2, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2 E1, one potential case. Do you want to meet? We can go to lunch and then have them come down after and take care of that before the 3:30 item. Does that work? Does that work for everyone? Okay, so should we come back at 1:30 or should we come back a little later? Like, I don't want to have another big gap if we.
Yeah, you're going to have a big gap. I would say come back at. Microphone?
Two.
I would say 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay, we will come back here at 2 p.m. Thank you so much.
There it goes.
Welcome back. Was there any action taken in closed session?
No action to be taken out of closed session.
Okay. Our next item, our final item for the day is 6.6, 3:30 p.m., consideration of presentation and discussion of a draft public defender service program and implementation plan. And we've got CAO Parker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we have Jose Varela, our consultant with regard to establishing a public defender program, and Carlos Torres with the County Counsel's Office to present to you today an overview of how to proceed forward.
Good afternoon. I don't know if I should wait for the PowerPoint to come up or I can begin my introduction.
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the board, and Susan and Carlos for the gracious introduction. I came to Lake County to be able to see what was going on here. And I've been incredibly surprised and pleased with the kind of gracious reception I received. Both from the lit attorneys and from the meetings that we've had with other stakeholders here this week. I want to preface by saying that my goal was to actually see a fact-finding, be involved in fact-finding here locally to see how the plan that I had proposed in a working draft to the CAO, how it could come to fruition. And in the week that I've been here, I've attended numerous court sessions. Obviously, the lit lawyers have much more experience in terms of the court sessions, but I went to many calendars, was able to spend a few lunch hours with the lit attorneys and see their dedication and their concern for their clients and their presentation. We started our week by actually having a meeting that included chiefs of police. It included the Clear Lake Chief of Police, the Lakeport Chief of Police, the Sheriff, the District Attorney, Susan Cronus, and the members of LID and members from the CAO's office, and a person who was the interim behavioral chief, and along with Carlos. And we actually spoke about the plan that I'm about to be presenting to you to just get their feedback to see, was this something that they would, kind of know about and understand. All too often, when these kind of transitions are made, a key stakeholder is left out of the picture. And all of a sudden, the plan's put into place, and people say, well, why didn't anybody tell us about it? And my goal in this week was to actually bring in as many people into the conversation of what this is going to look like so that they can know that there's going to be an open communication as this process goes through. The second meeting we met with two of the judges, Judge Markham and Judge Bloom, with regard to court concerns, and letting them know what was going on. Again, along with their court executive officer, we were able to bring them in, again, so that they were very much in the loop at the very start, so that there wouldn't be surprises as things go through the process. And then we were able to meet with stakeholders like a member of the IST team. What does that look like to create the technology to support an office like this? Things of that nature were going on. And so I want to, first of all, thank everybody who participated in these sessions. All the chiefs of police, all the people that I mentioned before, they were gracious and engaged, and it was wonderful to get that participation going. And the main thing that I wanted to get across to people as we talked about this implementation is the fact that it's going to change things. There's just no getting around. It's going to change things. A statutory public defender office is focused on the county in which it is created. It belongs to Lake County, and the attorneys working for that office are committed to working for the betterment of the clients and the community in Lake County. And one of the things that I was hoping to sort of get was a buy-in from some of the stakeholders. And I can tell you that one of the judges said, if you're coming here to sell us, you don't have to sell us. We're behind a statutory office. And the main reason is they want to be able to have attorneys who are focused on Lake County and are available to them to be able to get things done, as they say. As one judge said, I just want somebody in front of me. I want to be able to do that. I will tell you that I saw in the court, as I was there, a lot of attorneys doing a lot of hard work. The one thing that I did notice, and I was clear to everybody, is I think that a statutory office will create an organization plan and an accountability and responsibility plan that's very clear as to who you go to when somebody is not there or things are going on with regard to that. And I spoke to the chiefs about the kinds of innovation that's going on in different parts of the state that are just things that could be considered when you have a statutory office and an office that is part of the stakeholder table, where all these issues that sort of cross-pollinate with each other are going to be discussed and solved, right? One of the things that I talked to the chiefs about is that there's innovative projects that are going on now that when a person gets a citation, that citation is then scanned and sent to the public defender's office, so that the public defender can actually call the person and get the information and say, look, it's really important that you show up. Because if you fail to appear, you could be arrested, all these other consequences that come in. And they've seen in Contra Costa County and other places a reduction in failures to appear because of that system, right? In other words, it's a warm hand handing off to another warm hand, creating the opportunity to be heard by somebody who now has an advocate, instead of showing up to court saying, I'm going to show up there by myself. What's going to go on? Right? And so it's processes like that are going on that have to be done, oftentimes can only be done when there's a statutory office that can then see the follow-through of some of these initiatives. So what is the goal of creating a statutory public defender office? If you can go to the second slide. It's basically to enhance your community. It's to bring to your community community-oriented defense and holistic representation. To be able to focus on the underlying causes of crime and working together with equally committed stakeholders to achieve the ends of the kind of mental health and substance abuse outcomes that we want to see. To stop that cycle as much as we can. And really creating the sort of seamless integration between a person coming into court and meeting with their attorney, getting the motivational support from their attorney and from others on the public defender staff to continue to complete some of these programs and other things whose outcomes, if completed, really have a tremendous impact on the quality of the community. So when we talk about a public defender office, I want you to know what I'm bringing to you is not just a statutory government code office. What I'm hoping that this community can create is a community-oriented public defender office that has attorneys who understand the importance of making their clients better, more whole, and productive citizens of this county. So what does this working plan look like? I have given a working plan to, a draft of a working plan to the CAO's office and to County Council, and I believe they shared it with other people. I don't know if they've given you the rollout of the plan, but basically it's a pretty standard blueprint. You first get the support of the institutional entities, the Board of Supervisors, the police chiefs, the other stakeholders, and you start the process of introducing that. And I think that's what I tried very hard to do this week as I was making the site visit. And so in that first plan, this plan is like all plans. It's simply a plan that's going to be more detailed as it goes through implementation. It's going to call for certain things to happen, milestones to happen in order for other things to continue in the path. The first and foremost is creating a position and funding a position and then appointing a chief public defender. The person who's going to be the leader, who will have he or she will have the vision that will be carried out through this process, and a vision that will be part of hiring, be part of outreach, be part of all the things that are necessary. So in some ways, you're looking not just for somebody who's going to check boxes, but you're looking for somebody who has a vision and can talk about strategic plans, can talk about saying, what does a 3-year strategic plan look like? What is a 5-year strategic plan? What would we like to see in 10 years? So that there's an internal movement and accomplishment that this office can look to achieve to ensure that the commitment and the investment that the county is making has outcomes that can be qualitatively measured and assessed as you go through this process. So implementing the plan and the transition is literally a time-based process. And right now, if the phase-in plan happens, as I understand it, soon after my presentation, there is going to be a recruitment for a public defender. And a public defender will be appointed at some point by this board. And at that point, that public defender will start the process of creating the infrastructure, the office space, the technology support, the copying, all the things that it takes to create a business, basically. And so that person will be focusing on doing that. At some point during the summer, fall of 2023, there's going to have to be a recruitment and hiring of support staff. Oftentimes, I have found that if you start by hiring support staff, that is to say, the people who are going to be opening files, are going to be doing a lot of the work to support attorneys and investigators in carrying out their duties. Oftentimes, they will have the office ready for the next step, which is the recruitment and hiring of attorneys and investigator staff. And this process is going to take the chief public defender working with the Human Resources Department and other departments to ensure that the classifications of the attorneys are set up, that recruitment is done in a discrimination-free and employment law compliant process, so that people are trained right from the get-go what it means to be a lawyer in a government office. How do you create a mindset that says, this is what liability looks like, and if I don't conduct myself in a certain way, I could bring liability onto my office or to the Board of Supervisors in this county. So it's making certain that the public defender is coaching, has the experience, or can gain the experience to have the kind of working relationship with Human Resources and County Council to ensure a workplace that is discrimination-free and can provide the services necessary.
Real quickly, she can't see you, so you're already one slide behind.
Oh, okay.
Can you
I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you that I was
a
going.
little bit what you're showing?
Yeah, are you at?
That's it, right.
Are you at the? Yes, we're at the same place. And so in spring 2024, summer 2024, if the milestones have been met, the goal is to, at that point, have finalized the office space, the infrastructure, the hiring of staff and staff commitments. And one of the goals, I think, in the recruitment is to try to hire people who have a commitment and a desire to live in this county. This weekend, I had the pleasure of touring your county. I just started driving around. I said, if I'm going to help this organization recruit people and encourage people to come, I need to know this county. So I drove from one end to the other and literally just got a sense of it. I also went to cities that we're told were client clusters, that is, where cases come from, so that I could visibly see what these spaces and the reality of the lives our clients live before I made this presentation. And I'm glad I did, because I don't have to tell you that you live in a beautiful county. I mean, the beauty of everything that I saw, the vineyards, the flowers, the lake, everything. I think those are the kinds of things that have to be used to recruit people who want to come to places like this, but they don't know they exist. And so the goal is to get people who have the kind of public defender commitment and community commitment to understand that they're coming to a place that's incredibly rich. I had the pleasure of going to a pianist concert at the Soper Reese Theater, and I thought that was one of the nicest sort of artistic things that's available, and it was an enjoyable process for me. And then the transition, and this is where it's going to be things that are clearly often out of the control of me as a consultant for sure. The transition that's going to go on, what does that look like? You know, I think that in talking to Carlos and talking to others, the goal is not to displace people, it's to get people who want to work in a public defender office with the commitments and the work schedules that those commitments call for, to determine how many people who are currently on LID want to be part of this new office, How do we transition them in? Are we going to transition their caseloads? Are we going to do other contractual obligations to ensure that the caseloads are well managed during this transition? So it's going to take a lot of conversation between the new public defender, the LID staff, and the county staff as well. And then hopefully, it really will depend on when these milestones are met, the appointment of cases. And that's one of the reasons that we had talked to the court, because there's going to be a point in time where people are going to be appointed to cases. And the court, if hopefully can be given, at least 90 days notice that this appointment is going to happen on this day, whether it's the fiscal year, July 1, or some other date that's agreed upon based on the milestones met. But that date is going to be something that will hopefully set the tenor for the staff, the leadership by the public defender and his executive or her executive team, and see where it gets you from there. If we can go to the next slide. The issues to prepare to address. As always, you are all, community leaders. You know how these initiatives work. The devil is in the details. In the end, we can give a very positive and optimistic outlook as to how things go. The details on how they are addressed will be critical to the initial and sustainable success. I am a big proponent of the word sustainable. So the decision-making that is made at the initial steps are looked at years down the line. If I make this decision today, is this going to be something that is going to be sustainable 3 to 5 years? Not a quick fix, but what's it going to take to create sustainable decisions? And asking questions about sustainability to ensure that staffing, caseloads, and other things are sustainable during the process of transition. One of the things that I think is really important is the notion of keeping stakeholders informed. I think that if there's going to be an implementation process, that there has to be an implementation committee. I have served on several statewide implementation committees. I was on the Language Access Implementation Committee for the State Supreme Court, and we had many meetings with stakeholders from throughout the state about how we were going to try to get language access initiatives into the differing courts around the state. But it really called for the creation of a team and a cohort of people focused on staying informed and seeing this implementation through. The other thing is creating the infrastructure schedule. One of the things I've learned from going through office retrofits, office remodels, and office restructuring is that they have to stay on schedule. And that's a very, very hard thing. I will tell you that yesterday Mr. Torres took me to see a space that's going to be available for the chief public defender and the initial staff hired here in this building that would really be an important physical location so that there's an identity to this process and this program. And I think that is a start to try to figure out how all this is going to go on throughout the year. And one of the things that I think is also really important is that there be discussions between the chief public defender, the human resources, and county council about keeping legal and employment law issues up to date. That is to say, having trainings initially to be able to ensure that all those things are up to date. For example, in California, they have a 2-year training that has to be done by all supervisors in governmental offices that basically address discrimination, sexual harassment, and everything. And people have to sign off on that. And one of the things is making certain that this that the public defender that's appointed is aware of those timetables and those things that have to be done. Because those are the kinds of things that get everybody in trouble if there is, God forbid, a lawsuit. You didn't keep up on these things. You didn't do this. You didn't evaluate. You didn't, make an improvement plan. You didn't do all these things. That's what it takes to be a leader in a public office, ensuring that people are evaluated, that there's oversight, that there's improvement, and that there's support when needed, that the leader is there to ensure that an employee can produce work of excellence for their clients and give pride to this county for the kind of representation that that kind of excellence creates. That's why the fourth point, the orientation and training for staff transition, is really crucial. It's really crucial. And, you know, people say, well, I'm a lawyer. I just put me in a courtroom. I'm a lawyer. Well, that's not being a public defender. A public defender is an appointed employee by the Board of Supervisors that carries professional duties. And those professional duties have to be made right at the get-go, and people are aware of it. Because in offices where I've seen lawsuits and I've seen, you know, complaints to HR, things of that, is where employees were never trained as to the conduct that's expected of professional employees in a public defender office. But once the employee is trained and that is clear, you really find an office that's well disciplined in that regard. And I give you this from experience. In the 20 years that I worked for Marin County, there was never a lawsuit against our office for any of these things, for discrimination, for any of these things, because we were a zero-tolerance county in terms of some of these issues. And we trained our staff, and we trained our volunteers, and we trained everybody who came into our office as to these visions of zero tolerance toward discrimination, toward sexual harassment, toward any kind of thing that could potentially bring up liability for the county. And finally, the difficult part is avoiding implementation fatigue. One of the things about many initiatives that don't get completed is that people just get tired. It's just like, I don't see anything moving, I don't see anything going, I don't see any activity, and people just literally get fatigued and are unable to see the matter to fruition. And that's why your initial leadership team in a public defender really has to be optimistic and supportive and encouraging, and literally be able to show people a vision that they may not yet see, because it's never been seen here. And so I think that knowing those things are there, you can call on that. You can call it, are we getting fatigued? Let's step back. Let's talk to each other. Let's sit down and really get things worked out so that we don't burn out even before we get started. Can we go to the next slide? So basically, it's keep your eye on the prize. It's time. It's time, you know, and I think that the commitment that I've heard from county staff, and you know, the discussions going back and forth from the board and from constituents and from people who are stakeholders, I think, you know, the goal is creating something that Lake County can be incredibly proud of and look back on years later and say, man, I am so glad we made that decision. This really worked out. You know, I spoke to the lit attorneys, I spoke to private attorneys, and one of the things that one of them, the attorneys told me is, I have a daughter who's going to law school and hopes to come back to Lake County to practice here. Nothing is better, and I've seen it in my lifetime, is when interns that we start in a public defender office in high school, follow through in college, follow through in law school, and then seek to come back. The public defender of Marin County right now is an intern that started with me as a first-year intern at USF, and we created the pipeline for him to be able to come back. In the same way, the goal is to create a pipeline that encourages people that were raised here to come back and make their home an even better place to live. So that's my presentation. I'm open for questions if you'd like.
Thank you. So this transition is about a year.
I'm thinking yes.
Okay.
To get it right, you know, about a year ago.
Okay, and so I just had a question for CAO Parker about the transition with LID and their contract.
Yes, we are actually, where is he? There he is. We've been going back and forth on the terms of the length and expense of that and some additional language. And Carlos and I are meeting tomorrow to finalize and send it to them, hopefully to bring it back before the board on the 6th. And I wish to speak to the transition. The transition timeline will really be determined by the chief public defender. It could be longer. There's a lot of moving parts to this. So I just want to make the community aware, it may be more than a year before we're fully transitioned, because this person is appointed by the board. A budget unit is currently under administration. There isn't a department developed yet. There isn't a division developed yet. So again, there's a lot of administrative items that haven't been listed that also need to take place.
Okay.
So I just want to caution everyone, it may be more than a year.
Okay, anything from the board?
Well, the other part is funding, and of course, we haven't addressed that, and will, I'm sure, multiple times during budget. But suffice to say, that we haven't identified even a potential pool or pools of money. I mean, money may be the biggest thing that affects our timeline.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. We can open it up for the public, public input. And if there's anyone in the chambers that would like to come up, you can state your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Most of you know me. Is this on? I'm Angela Carter. I've been an attorney in Lake County for 30 years. That's my daughter in law school who wants to come back and be a DA. I don't know where I went wrong, but I'm very proud of that fact. She's a Middletown girl, born and raised. I have to tell you, initially when you hired a consultant from out of the area, the Lake County and me went, wait, what? Why do we need someone from Marin to come tell us what to do? But this man is charming and intelligent and has great ideas, and he's won me over 100%. So I just would encourage you to listen when he speaks and follow his advice, and to really take time doing this, to not be rushed. My concern here from the first day I got my first lawyer job in this county, it was for legal aid. We had legal aid back then, and it was a volunteer position, and is and always has been for the underserved and underrepresented in this county, and we have them, and they're in need, and they can be helped, and I know your consultant has that vision and has that in his heart, so I just wanted to share my change of opinion. He's smiling, isn't he? And to thank him and to thank the board for taking action in this area. This is something that's been needed for a very long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Just
Come on, Joe.
I am Joan Moss. I am a journalist. I ask uncomfortable questions. I want to ask this gentleman if he visited the prisoners, if he visited the jail. I'm not done yet asking questions. I remember Spurgeon Avakian, who held hearings with the prisoners who had written complaints that reached the state. He had lunch with the inmates of the Lake County Jail. I had the privilege of watching the courts Tuesday morning. I think they really improved. I respect the public defenders and the job they do, and I want to know what kind of contact this gentleman has had with the inmates served. Thank you.
One of the difficult parts is trying to get everything done in 1 week. But one of the things that I do hope to do is be able to visit the jail in subsequent visits and be able to gather fact-finding from that. But I have watched the court proceedings. I have seen the people that are incarcerated who have come in for arraignments or for other court proceedings, and I've seen that, but I have not visited. I don't represent anyone in this county. So if I do go to the jails, it's mostly to be able to see the infrastructure, see what the visiting rooms look like, things of that nature. But if I can get one of the attorneys from LID or a private attorney who's willing to take me in for a visit, I can visit them. But I'm not certain how I can create something that allows me to focus on that, because that's not the charge that I was hired to do. Consultants who come in to do detention work, that's a very different type of thing. I appreciate what the woman who spoke said, because I think it's absolutely essential for the public defender to be aware of detention issues and to be able to highlight those kinds of things, because conditions of confinement oftentimes are just a springboard to continued criminality. So I appreciate the comment, and in subsequent visits, I hope to be able to make those visits and carry out some of the observations that I think she wishes me to carry out.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the chambers?
Thomas Quinn, LID felony attorney. I also had the privilege of meeting with Mr. Varela, and I think he's doing an excellent job here. I think his ideas, I've been working here since 2003, and I think this is a further step on our arc of progress that we've had in developing and improving our public defender system. So I strongly urge the board to support this plan and get behind it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, Tom Feimer, co-administrator of Lake Indigent Defense, or LID, with Andrea Sullivan. Again, I just want to echo what a pleasure it's been to have Mr. Varela here, speaking with us, seeing how things work. I mean, I think anybody's concern when we're told there's a consultant coming is this person really going to understand what we do and go through, and he's really taken the time to do that, and I just want to say I really appreciate that. One thing Mr. Varela mentioned, he said we need attorneys who understand the importance of making clients whole. I think Mr. Varela understands we have those now. It's really a question of giving them the tools and the ability and the support to do that work of making them whole. Mr. Varela's role has sort of been that of the vision. As administrator, I'm a little more, perhaps less poetic and more talk in terms of prose. I do think there needs to be a recognition. What we're talking about is a significant buy-in and expansion of sort of the duties of what are provided. And it's going to mean a significant financial commitment from the county. It would be a tragedy to sort of undertake this process without really understanding that and really having that commitment, because I agree this is something, the things that were discussed are really going to improve this county, but you're going to have to make the buy-in to do that. My only concern, if I had one, of a caveat with the plan, and again, I understand this is not a comprehensive plan, it does rely a lot about appointing a chief public defender and having that person determine a lot of things that happen in this transition. I would very much like to see a sort of build-in to make sure that both LID, as it stands now in this period, and our attorneys and the other stakeholders have a sort of a continuing voice and a continuing role in that process. I think that'll go much smoother for all concerned if rather we have somebody who just sort of comes and makes pronouncements on high and we all rush to sort of adapt to it. And again, to echo what Ms. Moss said, and if Mr. Varela wants to contact me about going on a jail visit or visiting an in-custody client, we would absolutely be happy to see if we could arrange to make that happen. Thank you.
I'll take you up on that.
Anyone else in the chambers? And I don't see any in the Zoom room, so we'll close public input and bring it back. And this is a presentation, so we don't have an action item, but I'm just wondering if there are any final comments.
No, I think we heard it echoed here today. You know, it's just going to be that financial commitment that we need to be prepared for when we're making this discussion and this transition. So, pleased to hear the public comments. At least we're starting off in the right direction, it seems like. So, yeah, positive day. Excellent.
All right.
I did want to add one thing, and that is I'm committed to working with county staff, the CAO's office, and anyone else to actually work with legislators from this jurisdiction. Mark McGuire and the assembly member's name escapes me. This is equally the state's responsibility. This isn't just Lake County. The Fresno lawsuit showed that when the ACLU lawsuit happened in Fresno County, that the state was remiss in supporting, jurisdictions that didn't have the capacity to provide those services. So I think that I'm hoping that this board will be part of a legislative sort of presentation to your legislators to say, we need assistance. That if we're going to do this, we need a 5-year commitment, 3-year commitment, whatever it is, to be able to create the sustainable financial support to allow this to really happen. Mr. Farmer, Mr. Quinn, and others, what we're talking about is a big commitment, and it doesn't just fall on Lake County. It falls on the state of California as well. And I'm committed as part of my contract to do whatever I can to use the people that I know and the lobbying that I've done in Sacramento in the past to assist this county in getting that kind of funding.
That's great to hear. Supervisor Green.
Thank you for bringing that up. You are absolutely right. How we landed in this is a more complicated story than anyone cares to hear, but the reason you're here today is because we got a report saying we were not meeting basically our due process. We're not representing our indigent clients adequately. And it's like, okay, is that all on Lake County? Or, does the state have a role in preserving the rights of its citizens? I would think so. And their failure to provide adequate funding certainly is a contributor. And so since the big question mark on this item, just like it was with an earlier item, we can adopt whatever plan we want and make it all fancy and put it on nice letterhead. But if we can't afford to pay for it, it's going to be tough. But what I wanted to highlight was I did appreciate the little introduction to the notion of holistic defense, holistic representation, if only because it does dovetail nicely with one thing the state is, again, trying to foist on us, another specialty court, care court. And while I have concerns about how that's going to roll out locally, just based on the complexity of that and knowing our current resources, I'm at least modestly encouraged to hear about concepts like holistic defense, because that will certainly be supportive of care court and all other specialty courts. So I'm glad to hear that's kind of a model that's emerging, and I'm glad to hear that's actually being practiced to some extent under our current model. So I look forward to hearing more about that, just like I look forward to hearing more about avenues of money that we need to pay for this. So thank you so much for your presentation, and I very much appreciate the people who spoke. There was some skepticism coming in, and it's not all roses now, but if you've changed some hearts and minds in your short time with us, then I think that speaks volumes about you and your talent and your vision.
And I will tell you, they changed my heart. The conversation I had with every one of the people that spoke, literally, I think this is a very nice symbiotic relationship that's creating. You know, as they said at the end of Casablanca, I think this is the start of a beautiful friendship.
Okay.
All right. So I just wanted to ask, I know there was an email given to us yesterday, and don't want to ask the direct question per se, but what I know that with what was said about 6 different attorneys to avoid conflicts, is that the type of things you'll be working on in the future?
I think that's going to be part of the transition plan, because once you create a statutory public defender, as I think some of the lit attorneys will tell you, they represent the great majority, 98%, I've heard the number, of individuals that are coming before the court. Many of those will now be represented by the public defender. And depending on how the conflict system works, they will retain quite a few of those cases. And it'll be interesting to see how that conflict number comes up, and because you will still have to retain a conflict panel of some sort in order to be able to take the cases that are conflict. And that's one of the unknowns. Right now, we have asked the court for data on all the open cases that they have right now, so that we can track, conflicts, and we can see how that, and I'm sure we will talk to Lyd about what that process is going to look like. But some of those numbers are only going to happen as the rubber meets the road sort of thing, once we start seeing them.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming in person. Thank you for spending your time here in the county and meeting with everybody. This has been really valuable.
Mm-hmm.
And we look forward to our next conversation.
Sounds good. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Anything else? Hey. And that's our final item, and this meeting is adjourned.